Hi, John.
My calling card?
Yes. So I love the magnolia. They smell so great. It just reminds me of home.
Now, do you remember when I brought the young Australian woman in here?
Yes.
Would you like to meet her grandparents,
Oh, most definitely.
Bob and Diane?
This is awesome.
Well, she was very taken with you.
Oh. So you all are the grandparents?
Yeah.
What good meeting you all. Great. Okay, I love the accent, so don't whisper. So what brings you all to the US?
Yeah, we met out in the islands when I ran away, and we've met every few years.
Oh, that is so awesome. Okay, so I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked your granddaughter, because Australia is on my place to go. I have a list of places that I want to go. So where should I go? If I have, let's say I have 5 days, because it's really going to be more like 9, because taking that flight is a long flight. Where should I definitely go? See, now I put a lot of pressure on them. They didn't think they were coming for this.
Oh, you have to go to Sydney.
Have to go to Sydney,
Okay.
Definitely have to go to Sydney.
probably spend the time in Sydney.
Oh, wow. I'm going to go and see when I go to Australia, I'm going to act as though everybody should know you all. And be like, where are they?
You have to go to Sydney, and of course, we'll give you our address and you have to come and see us.
That would be awesome.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, be sure to give John, I know you have the contact information to give to me, because I'm definitely going to do Australia.
Because if you didn't come and see us, Stephanie would be ever so upset.
Oh, Stephanie would be heartbroken.
She would be
Oh, well, we
ever so-
can't have that.
No, she'd be heartbroken, and she's going to be so disappointed though. We used to come and see you and she ain't here.
Oh, well, tell her I said hi and we miss her.
So,
Come back, the Texas heat, I think, is about to start up.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's great seeing you guys. Thank you so much for coming down.
Thanks
Well,
for
they
joining
want
us.
us to.
All right, thank you ever so much.
Oh, you are so welcome.
You know that she decided after coming down here that she wanted to become a lawyer.
Yay, that's building dreams. That is awesome. I know it's more than just her coming down. John is great.
Yes.
So I'm sure that's a reason.
And I told them the story about Tamara and you and I and the other prosecutor. Tiffany.
Yeah.
And I was bringing magnolias each day during that big trial we had.
Yes, they smell so great. I love them.
Thank you.
All right, thank you also.
See you later.
Thank you.
Smudge.
All right, everyone, today is Monday. I'm going to call the docket. When I call the docket, let me know you are here. If you can stand, I will need you to stand. Herbert King. In custody, we have Tovar, Garza, Davila, Juan Davila.
Here you go.
Jonathan Nicholas.
Here you are.
In custody, we have Brandon Benavides, Elicio, thank you, Elicio Perez Rodriguez, Ernie Sanchez, Kevin Young,
Here you are.
Maria Medina, Angel Gonzalez is in custody, Brandon Wright. The line is a little bit long outside. In custody is Jesse Santoya, Kenyon Brown. All right, thank you. Jonathan Allen, Yvonne Perez, John Dominguez, Sean McHaslett is in custody. Rachel Garcia. Here. Thank you. Untambasi Ikweri is in custody. And you know what? He didn't even get a chance to hear me pronounce his name correctly for the very first time. Jesus Solis, Guillermo Camacho are in custody. Pete Garcia. Yes.
I'll get here.
All right, thank you. Christopher Reyes. Jose Gallegos. Pedro Alvarez. Thank you. Aria Frosto, custody, Stephen Neely, AJ Delgado. Juan Orozco, custody. John Marino. Thank you. Chris Lynn, custody. Henderson Session. Henderson Session. Clayton Russell. Thank you. Richard Brian Whitney. Richard Brian Whitney. Thomas Toledo.
I'm right here.
Thank you. Carlos Madrigal Hernandez. Thank you. But where is Bruno? Did anybody get that reference? Thank you. See, we don't, yeah. You know, if he were on trial, then how would we do that? You know, Kevin Neuenfeld is in custody. Jesse Anthony Frank Mofness. Thank you. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Thank you. AJ Delgado, custody. Annabelle Bishop, custody. Edgar Alcantar Salazar, thank you. Roger Neek Jones. Roger Neek Jones. Lucio Avila. Thank you. Emmanuel Ramirez Lara. Am I pronouncing that first name correctly? Emmanuel. That L supposed to be pronounced. Emmanuel Ramirez Lara. Okay, Deputy Laura, you're falling down on your job. If there's a letter in Spanish that's silent, you all have to let me know. Jeremy Thomas, custody. Ruben Gonzalez. All right, thank you. Adam Rafti. Miguel Maldonado. All right. Rodney Green.
Present.
In custody, we have Juan Carlos Soto Victorino, Lazaro Espinoza Ramos, Fernando Espinoza Rodas, Soto Estrada, Brandon Benavides, Jose Ramirez, Jose Gallegos. Jose. All right, thank you. Stephen Wellbacher. Stephen Wellbacher. Oh, that's 11. Sean Branch is in custody. Gloria Roscoe. All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone who came in late or your name was not called? Yes, what's your name? Brian what?
Brown.
Brian Brown. Do you know who your attorney is? All right, this is serious business. You're in felony court. You need to know who your attorney is. Just give us a moment. We're going to find out who your attorney is and if you're supposed to be here today. All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else who came in? Yes. I'm sorry, what? Maria Medina. All right, just have a seat. Is she on the docket?
Yes, Your Honor, she's page 13. Ma'am, first row, please.
All right, anyone else who came in late? All right, everyone, it's Monday. We finished with Fiesta. So these are the rules of the court, because I know whenever we have a holiday, people forget things. Number one, these files over here are for criminal trial division. Over here is family violence. They're trying to come up with a new name for their division, like SVU or something. So attorneys, I try to keep the center of the courtroom as least congested as possible. I don't know if anybody knows it or not, but there's like flu going around. So we're going to try to keep it as least congested as possible so people can continue on their fiesta greatness. Just pull your file, lay your file down on the prosecutor's desk, then have a seat. The prosecutor will call you in the order in which you'll appear. If you have a client who's an inmate, which 9 times out of 10, you probably do, once you ask the deputy to have them brought out, do not leave the courtroom, because for security reason, there are only a limited number of people who can be in the jury box. And if you leave and your client is in the jury box, then you're being a little bit inconsiderate of your fellow attorneys, because then we can't bring somebody else out. Do not approach the court unless you've conferred with the prosecutor and conferred with your client. If your client is in custody, your client needs to be brought out. If you have a client whose native language is not English, or they prefer to speak in another language, you're going to need to request the interpreter. Once you request the interpreter, do not leave because we have a limited number of interpreters. And the interpreters are usually in court for about 5 to 10 minutes unless they're in jury trial. So do not leave if you do that. The other thing is, it's crowded in court today. The lines outside are crowded. We were off for Friday for Battle of the Flowers, which I knew nothing about until I had been in San Antonio for a while. So you know what that means? You had a great time on Friday, but now this Monday has become a Friday and a Monday. So everyone, you need to make sure you're kind to each other because guess what? Everybody who's here thought they were going to be retired and we are not. And you are still wishing that it were Friday and you were off or the weekend. So we're going to be kind to each other. We're going to be patient. So pull some patience out of your pocket when needed and share it with others. So do not approach the court coordinator for a reset or for a continuance because I'm the only person who can give you that. When you are ready to have your case heard by the court, approach the clerk, ask the clerk to pull the file. The clerk will place the file here and I will call you in the order in which I receive your file. So it's Monday, but it's going to be a great Monday, isn't it, Vashon? Yes. All right, so everyone, please confer and be kind to each other. Mr. Pastrano. Hi, it's good to see you.
See you, Judge.
So how's it going?
Great. How you?
When's the last time you've been back to Puerto Rico?
March.
Ah, you know, people are telling me, see, that's a place on my list to go to too. And so once I decide to go, I'm gonna have to call you. Yeah. And say, where should I be going? Because I just see people on the beach, these beautiful beach photos.
Definitely. You have to do this.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
I always watch House Hunters International, and then you have people who are buying and they're like, oh, I want to be in Old Town. So I need to visit Old Town and New Town. So I want to do all of that.
Yeah, in a way you can do everything. Just 1 week. You can handle to do like the best things in a week.
A
So
week? Okay.
just get your week.
You know what? I made the mistake. My younger brother, when he was old enough, I took him to Vegas. 4 days in Vegas is too long.
That's true.
I was just like, oh my gosh. Even he was like, 4 days is too long. But you learn. So I'm glad you told me a week.
So I can perfect it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, will do. All right. Good seeing you.
Let me see. I don't think my plan is today. I'll check it out.
Okay. Yeah. Just ask Norma.
When I was there, was to the plea instead of PSI. So nice to be back. Nice to watch
Beautiful. How are you? You got my birthday? You know my birthday? And I need to know whether I need to whether or not you guys are doing this high for the punishment or. They're not indicted. They're gonna be died tomorrow. So no, he's only paying to the MCR, right? Not in your case. Because we didn't have it. It's the MCR, and I said, it's the three cases later.
Let me see all of these.
Yeah, my offer wasn't a paid open in the case, no. Because my offer was sent over to the MCR.
And how are those attorneys come in, Ms. Ferguson?
Judge, may I approach?
Yes,
Good morning, Judge.
good morning.
Judge, I was appointed on the MTR with no court date. I've gotten a copy of the MTR. I've conferred with the state.
What case is this?
It's 2022 CR 5003. It's not on today's docket. I just need
Okay.
to confer with the court to get a court date.
Oh, I need to have the file.
Go in the back and get it.
There's nobody in the back.
Okay.
So as soon as you're able to get the file, we'll take it up.
Okay.
All right, who are the parties? Who are the parties on Jonathan Nicholas?
Right here, Your Honor, Alex Sharp, Denise Hairston.
And is Mr. Nicholas in custody or on bond?
He's here.
All right, this is set for contested.
It is, Judge, but we have made an agreement on this case and the unindicted cases.
We have not made an agreement on unindicted cases. My offer was only for this case
Oh, and so I hope everybody knows the court doesn't have to follow an agreement. So
Well,
is this going to be contested or no?
No.
All right,
contested as to sentencing, but it's gonna plead true.
okay.
the state does have three witnesses for the punishment part of the MTR, but nothing for the.
All right, are you all ready to proceed?
I mean, we could be, I was hoping that we could put them all together so we wouldn't be
Can
addressing
you give
you.
us 5 minutes, Judge, please?
All right, okay, this case is going today.
Yes.
All right, okay, thank you.
Two of them, Raphael and then Michael.
A PSI for,
Herbert Pete, she's on
all right,
the first one.
okay. Who's here on Juan Davila? Who are the prosecutors on Juan Davila? It's a sentencing. Have both of you all had a chance to review the PSI?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, have you reviewed the PSI in Davila?
No, ma'am. If we could have a few minutes, we'll be
All right.
ready. Thank you,
Okay,
Judge.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are you all ready on Herbert King? All right, if you can come forward. Yes. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 9434, State of Texas versus Herbert Lee King. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
for the defense,
Monica Guerrero for Mr. Boyd.
for Mr. King?
Mr. King, read your name. Sorry.
That's okay. All right, I need everyone to whisper. And to all the attorneys, when we're on the record, if you could please not approach the coordinator, approach up here while we're on the record, because it makes it more difficult for the court reporter to hear and it's distracting. All right, you're Mr. King?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're here today for sentencing.
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment was to be assessed at 5 years and the state was silent on your application. And we've come back here several times. And the reason why we came back is because your client said that the complainant and the complainant's boyfriend were in contact with him on more than one occasion. And I asked for documentation of that so the court can make a decision on whether or not the court would grant his application. Defense, do you have any evidence for the court?
I handed the clerk a police report as well as an email from a witness. I did receive another email this morning, but I did not have a chance to print that out from a witness named Ansela Thomas, who says she is a witness to Donald Clark harassing Herbert on the phone and through messages.
All right. State, do you have any objection to the court reviewing a statement from William McClure and a police report with the incident report of SAPD 2212-2612?
No objection.
All right, let me review those documents. I will tell you, I appreciate William McClure's letter, and I do realize it's here saying, but the state had no objection to it. But just based upon reading this, it appears that Mr. McClure is being truthful in his rendition of what happened, because otherwise he could have said, I've seen this car every time that we've been at work. So I reviewed that, and I will now review the police report.
She's the same day. She's the same day.
I would tell you the relationship addendum is,
Yes, that's all they would give us.
all right. Anything else you wish to present to the court on behalf of your client? You can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record. And I
Herbert
think
King.
is that your left hand you were holding up?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Herbert King.
All right, you have questions?
Well, first, let me just say, Judge, Mr. King has been gainfully employed. He's been doing everything he's supposed to do. He hasn't been in trouble and he's been drug-free for a long time. He wants to ask you, in his words, why he thinks he should get probation or deferred in this case. I'm asking for deferred only because if he messes up, that is a huge hammer for the court to have over his head in the future. But Mr. King would like to ask you for probation, and his wife is also present in the court. That is not any of the witnesses or complainants in this case. If you'd like to hear from her how he has changed.
All right.
So,
You're gonna have to speak up.
I'm sorry. I've really been trying to
make a change in my life since that. That was a lapse in judgment as far as I thought somebody cared about me. They didn't. They were playing games with me. They were playing games with everybody else. I've moved on. I just recently got married on the 18th. I have a son that suffers from MS. I have a son.
Everyone, please whisper. And I'm gonna need you to keep your voice up
Yes, ma'am.
because the court reporter needs to hear and I need to hear.
Quiet, please.
I have a son that has autism. I've been trying to do what I need to do to show them that the right things in life and how to, even if you make mistakes, how to move forward. I'm just trying to get another chance. I know you probably feel, and other people probably feel I don't deserve that. I'm actually trying to get probation and I'm trying to relocate to where my wife and her family is.
And where is that?
My lawyer told me don't do it, but it's in Gonzales County.
All right, well, you may not want to do that.
No, I really do. I
Okay,
really do. I'm part owner of a business and I'm just trying to do what I need to do.
and that's Gonzales, Texas.
It is, Judge.
I'm in Seguin. I'm actually in Seguin, but Gonzales County.
No, Seguin is Guadalupe. County.
Guadalupe County, I'm sorry.
So are you gonna be in, would you be in Guadalupe or Gonzales?
Guadalupe, I'm sorry. I'm getting used to the counties outside of San Antonio.
It's Seguin, Judge. It's Guadalupe County. Gonzales seemed like a surprise to me this morning. I would have even said harder, don't go there.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm.
But he's willing to give a hair follicle or any type of drug test to show you that he's been drug free, he doesn't drink, he's been sober, and he would really like an opportunity.
State, do you have any questions? What do you do for a living?
I do custom apparel.
Okay.
Make business cards. I was working at gyms up until this last about week. It was some stuff going on up there that I felt would get me in trouble. So my wife had me to walk away because I just had bought a car and somebody found out my past and started cutting my car up, scratching it up. And they were telling me, hey, no cameras, we didn't see anything, so it was no problem.
Just one moment. And State, if you have no argument, you can confer.
Thank you.
All right, I know it's a busy day. Yes.
So my wife had me to walk away and I became part owner of the company that she owns.
All right. So, Mr. King, I'm going to give you a choice. Sometimes I can't give people choices, but I'm going to give you a choice. You know you better than I know you,
Yes,
better than your attorney knows you.
yes.
Deputy Laura always tells me she doesn't know why people do probation out of this court because probation here is hard. So you have a choice. I can give you 8 years deferred adjudication, or I can give you 2 years in the prison.
I take 8 years.
Okay. All right. This is what the court is going to do. You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. I'm going to sentence you to 8 years deferred adjudication. There's a $2,500 fine that will be probated. There's to be no contact with Donald Clark or Kiki, K-I-K-K-I Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Proof of employment within 15 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you don't have to say yes up to everything. It's breaking up the rhythm of the court reporter, okay? Proof of employment within 15 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Anger management. Regular UAs. Field visits. 1 time per month until further notice. And probation, if you want to count that as reporting, you can. 200 hours of community service restitution. How old are your children?
8 and 19.
Parenting classes. Once parenting classes are completed, then the community service hours will deem to be satisfied. Transfer. Is there a transfer to Guadalupe County probation, or is that close enough where there's not a transfer?
Your Honor, I'll check. I'll check on the sheet.
All right, I'm gonna put in here transfer to Guadalupe County, but there may not be a transfer to Guadalupe County. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No, Your Honor, with him being in Guadalupe County, I do know that we can do virtual office visits with him. If the court,
Virtual office visits is fine. If you miss virtual, it's gonna be in person and you're gonna have to report in person. All right. All right, anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? I'm sorry? All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Oh, yeah. Did you review that with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it? I'm sorry, let me keep these copies. Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
We can go off the record. So from here on out, every decision that you make, you need to ask yourself, is this something that could potentially result in me going to prison for 20 years? You understand? You're not to have any contact with the complainant or the complainant's current boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is to her. If they contact you, then you need to call your probation officer and you probably need to call the police. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just remain in the courtroom and probation will go over conditions with you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Thank you.
You have one more case with us.
I do?
Yes. And just 1 second,
Okay.
just a moment. All right, so have you all conferred with the state on these matters?
Yes, I have.
All right, who's your client, Ms. Guerrero?
Lázaro. Lázaro. Lázaro Ramos.
Lasso, L.
Lazy. Lazy.
Espinosa Ramos.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get your last name.
I was like, who is that? State on Lazaro Espinosa Ramos.
Page is that on, Judge? Oh, okay.
All right, so Ms. Guerrero, they could not bring your client out because there are, I think, 8 other people who are alleged to be involved in this. And we don't have enough deputies to bring them out and they're not to mingle together. So where are we on discovery? And my understanding is that this may be picked up by the feds. Is that
It
correct?
may be, Judge, and this is a first setting, so I, as far as where we are on discovery, I can't tell the court that I know for sure if defense has been provided all discovery. I think that's something we both need to, that I need to confirm.
I'm pretty certain as of checking for me discovery last week, I don't have everything.
All right, so State, are you in contact with the feds to see if they're picking up these cases?
Judge, yes, but I mean, I need to follow up.
All right, and if they pick up these cases, is this going to take care of the cases in state court or no?
It would depend, Judge, on how they're handled federally. It could, depending on what they do with their case.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 45-day reset. And this is for discovery and also for a federal update.
June 22nd.
Judge, I'm out of town that week,
All right, can you, when are you back?
the week after.
All right, can you sit at the week after, please?
29th.
Perfect.
All right, so we'll be back on June 29th.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Judge.
Thank you.
Thomas Toledo.
All right, Mr. Leal, who's your client?
My client is Juan Antonio Garcia Sanchez, Your Honor, and we, well, he's the one set for today, and I was gonna go next to him.
All right, so,
But we're set, we have a discovery matter at issue, we're set for trial, jury trial next Monday.
so on Norma, on Fernando Espinoza Rodas, is that his deputy Laura? That's coming back on June 29th.
What happened today, George, if I may ask?
I'm sorry, what?
What happened today? Because he was set for today, I think.
All right, what's going on today is the same thing that I informed Ms. Guerrero of. There are too many co-defendants on this case. We don't have enough deputies to bring them out. My understanding from the state is that the feds may pick this case up. And the state is going to make sure that you all have all your discovery. So we're coming back on June 29th on it.
Okay,
At that time, the state will be able to give the court an update on the feds issue and also on discovery issues. Who else do you have?
that makes sense. You know, he's not set for today, but
You're gonna have to come back then later because I have other cases ahead of you.
may I just say something that would take like 5 seconds?
I mean, you can say what would take 5 seconds, but I can't do anything because I don't have a file.
Well, I have an officer here under subpoena for the case next Monday, and there is a discovery issue.
I don't have the file, so I can't do
I can
anything.
bring the file, George.
All right, so that's what needs to be done.
All right.
All right, these are done. You're welcome. Who's here on Jose Arturo Ramirez? And yes, he can come up. Family violence, this is your case. All right, what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, we need to speak with the complaining witness, the complaining witness's mother, and to make an offer on the case.
All right, does he have all the discovery?
As far as I know, all the discoveries so far, yes.
Okay. Is there going to be any CPS records in this case?
Yes, they are, Your Honor. Actually, Your Honor, and the Pastrana, the attorney for the defendant,
Yes.
we actually need to check also a video issue that with no audio. I believe the DA office is going to try to, check it out to see what's happening with that video. It's an important video. And we also just started looking at the evidence this last week. So to be sure that we have everything, and obviously we will contact the DA by email, very happy to email, to make sure that everything is, in the discovery.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Jose Ramirez, I need a 30-day reset for discovery. All right, we're going to come back on June 1st. At that time, we'll see where we're on discovery, and state will be prepared to make an offer.
Appreciate Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do you need your client to remain, or is it okay for the deputies?
No, we already talked.
All right, thank you.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Good
day.
seeing you. You too. Pedro Alvarez. Right, thank you. All right, so where are we on the immigration issue?
Judge, on the immigration issue, I believe his immigration attorney is gonna provide me a Padilla letter. While he does that, I prefer with the state, and Mr. Alvarez will be submitting a PTD application. with the
All right,
prosecutor's
so
office.
is the state on board with the PTD?
Yes, yes, sir, it's on the file.
All right, so has the application already been filled out?
No, it'll be filled out today, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PTD date on Pedro Alvarez, please. All right, we'll be back on June 1st. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks for dressing appropriately for court. All right, you too. Who's here on Annabelle Bishop? And where's Annabelle Bishop?
In custody.
All right, Miss Bishop, come down. Oh, yeah.
The 20th, so it's 11 days ago.
So an offer, I show that an offer was tendered on the 17th. Where are we with regards to rejection or acceptance of the offer?
Your Honor, there's another pending unindicted felony, and Angelini last week, we advised him of that. We really need to get a better firm offer, taking to a global offer. So we asked him maybe for 2 weeks. I thought that Angelini reset it for 2 weeks last week, I thought.
So the other case that's pending is with criminal trial division. So have you conferred with criminal trial division on that matter?
He's waiting for feedback.
I wasn't aware that we were waiting on that. We can get an answer on that.
All right, so talk to criminal trial division, then reapproach. All right, Ms. Bishop, you can have a seat. They're going to talk to criminal trial division.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thomas Toledo,
Yes, Your Honor.
and where's Thomas Toledo? Come forward.
Hi, Your Honor, how's it going?
No, I didn't, just give me a moment. Okay. Yes, so Mr. Toledo,
Yes, ma'am.
where are we on this case?
Judge, this is a first setting. Mr. Toledo apparently had hired Gary Barton to represent him, who's not put in a notice of appearance yet. There's some dispute right now as to what's going on between him and this.
Where's your attorney?
But so for some, I did hire him, I already made a payment, here's the receipt for it.
Oh, no, I don't need the receipt. I need you to pick up the telephone, call him and tell him he needs to be here.
So I spoke with them earlier in the week, they said that they have, for some reason, their offices. They said they haven't received a payment, so they're not gonna start on my case, which is very like. I mean, I'm
Call
obviously,
them and tell them that Judge Boyd wants them here in the court.
okay.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Oh, go call them.
Your Honor, I'm one of Gary Barton's associates.
Mhm.
So what happened was Mr. Toledo did contact us. He had an agreement for payment and did not follow through with all the payments that he was supposed to make. He understood what he needed to make. He did contact us last week. We have explained this to him a couple of times, is my understanding is our staff contacted him.
So are you his attorney or no?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so did you give them payment or not?
I mean,
No, that's either yes or no.
I have, yes.
All right, then I guess you need to get your money back because this is your attorney right now because they're saying they don't represent you. And I can't interfere in contracts between attorneys and clients.
Mhm.
But whatever the contract is that you have with them, if somebody doesn't follow through on the contract, then you don't have a contract with them. So this is your attorney. All right, so counsel, where are we on this?
If I may, Judge, I put in for some discovery. I haven't received it yet. It's first setting early days on this. So that's the status on Mr.
All right, what's the discovery that's missing? Counsel?
All of it, Judge. I haven't even gotten the police report yet. I put in the electronic request last week. It's been fiesta. I'm not sure what the holdup is, but
Your Honor, the discovery is uploaded onto Verifix, so it's just a matter of
it being.
counsel getting access to it.
All right, and have you had a chance to tender an offer to defense?
I have not at this point, Your
Are you prepared to tender an offer today?
Honor. I can, I'm not prepared at this moment, but I can have an opportunity to counsel by then.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset? All right, we're coming back on June 1st. At that time, discovery is due and an offer is due. Once Ms. Ferguson gives you a reset form and you sign it, you are excused.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for dressing appropriately for court. Thank you.
Judge, may we be excused?
Yes. Are we ready on Annabelle Bishop?
The judge, the defense attorney went to another court.
Norma? Tell Mr. Hilly he needs to be back here to take care of his client who's in custody. Jonathan Nicholas. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Your attorney's not here. Juan Davila. All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 6963, State of Texas versus Juan Davila. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Lindsay Shaw for the state.
Andrea Matos for the defense.
And are you Mr. Davila? All right, you entered a plea of guilty on March 9th. We're here today for sentencing. According to the plea bargain agreement, there's no application for deferred. Punishment is to be assessed at 7 years in the prison. The state recommends community supervision. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI report, state?
No, ma'am.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Right. Defense, is there anything you wish to say?
Your Honor, the only thing that we would like to say is that Mr. Davila does have children. He has a wife and he's been married for several years. He is also fully employed. He has had this job for several years, gainfully employed full-time. He is a member of society and he's done everything he can to try to continue to do that. He would ask that you do give him community supervision and probation. He has done the TAP evaluation and fully complied with everything pre-trial and as well as with probation in the last since the last setting.
All right, anything from the state, any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, did you have a chance to speak with the complainant in this case?
We did, Judge, and the complainant understood that he was, that we had offered probation and the complainant was okay with that.
All right, Mr. Davila, anything you wish to say?
Oh, man. I really, yes. You just, I would like probation, man. You know, if it's free.
Okay, you're mumbling.
I would like probation. Doing the best I can out here. I have a full-time job, like she said, take care of my kids. I gotta be here for my kids. Been married 23 years, with my wife.
Okay.
Made a mistake and apologize.
All right, and this is occurring during the Christmas holidays.
Yes.
ma'am.
So Christmas basically was ruined for the children. I recognize that sound in the back. All right, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Ma'am.
All right, have you used drugs in the past?
Yes, years back.
And I'm sorry, you're mumbling again.
Yes, ma'am. In the past.
All right, and what have you used in the past?
Heroin, pain, marijuana,
When did you stop using heroin?
before I went to prison.
You know you're gonna get drug tested today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you doing for a living?
I do, I'm an air conditioning technician.
All right, and is everybody aware of your criminal history?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your company aware of your criminal history?
Yes, ma'am.
And parties allow you in their home?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the parties who are allowing you in your home, their home, aware of your criminal history?
Yes, ma'am. Say something.
All right, yes.
I know my past is bad, but it doesn't define me who I am today, man.
All right, so when we're on the record, there's to be no talking in the box unless you're on the other end. Yes.
My past, I just want to say I've had a bad past, but it doesn't define me who I am today, man. I'm doing my best I can. Keep doing the best I can every day. I got 2 kids and my wife, I want to be there for them. I made mistakes and I don't want to.
Well, no. This is not a mistake. These are choices.
It's fine. I agree.
Here's a mistake. If it's raining outside, and I don't know that it's raining outside because I've been inside and someone comes in and they're wet, or they tell me, could you all be quiet, please? And if somebody tells me that it's raining and I didn't bring my umbrella and I see somebody next to me have an umbrella and I take it, that's a choice. If I know it's raining, which I probably will because my mom will have told me it's going to rain today in San Antonio, even though she doesn't live here. And I bring my umbrella and my umbrella is a black umbrella. And the person sitting next to me has a black umbrella and I leave and I take my umbrella and I go outside and I open it and my initials are not on the inside of the umbrella. Then I realize I took someone else's black umbrella. That's a mistake. So life is easy. People make it difficult by making bad choices.
I agree.
All right, so this is what the court is going to do. Court will sentence you to 7 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 7 years. There's a $600 fine. That will be probated. There is to be anger management. I'm going to want a UA today. If that UA is positive, I'm going to want intensive outpatient treatment. If it's negative, we will go from there and do regular UAs. 200 hours of community service restitution. How old are your children?
16 and 14.
I'm going to want parenting classes with Triple P. Once he completes parenting classes, then the community service restitution will be deemed satisfied. There's to be no contact with Loy, L-O-Y, O'Kelly, O''Kelly. Proof of employment within 15 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month until further notice. And I don't see any restitution listed in here. Is there any restitution state?
No, Judge, luckily the complainant had good insurance that was able to cover all of his bills.
All right, probation. Is there anything else that's needed?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Davila, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No more.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. You need to go around.
Sorry, Judge.
Can you walk through that? I don't think so.
Thank
Thank you. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement. Because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, we can go off the record. From here on out, everything that you do, you need to ask yourself, could this potentially result in me going to prison for 7 years? You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Who's here on Lucio Avila?
I am.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
And Mr. Robert is here. I
All
just
right,
had
he
a
needs
quick
to come up.
question about the court's procedure before we go too far.
Have you conferred with the state?
Yes, and I have an offer, but before I go any further, Mr. Robert, I wanted to know about how the court processes its request for a veterans court here. Was it done before an offer or a plea or after?
All right, he'll need to file and request that he be reviewed for Veterans Court. But I will tell you this, we're not doing this thing where it takes 2 and 3 months for Veterans Court to make a decision on whether or not to accept you. And we're not going to do this thing where he's asking to be referred to Veterans Court. And then if Veteran Courts accepts him, then he's decided, oh no, I don't want to do that.
Right.
So. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to reset this. And you're going to be referred to Veterans Treatment Court, Ms. Ferguson.
Oh, shoot, right. All right.
All right, I'm recalling you for June 1st.
Okay, Judge.
Ms. Ferguson is going to come back and give you a reset form, and we're going to do a referral to Veterans Treatment Court. So if you'll hang around when Ms. Ferguson comes back, let her know that you're reset for June 1st.
June 1st. Thank you, Judge.
And that he's to be referred to felony Veterans Treatment Court.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so just remaining for it till she comes back. Oh, thank you. Okay, you're so awesome. Hello.
How you doing?
These are done. Oh, thank you. So how's life treating you today?
Very much so on Monday. I just walked in, tried to put my food in the fridge and bought my food that I brought and all of the floor. So many other children driving here today.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's been like, I see stay in my office yesterday.
No.
Back and forth in a while.
But you know, whenever you survive a day like this, that means that there's more greatness for you.
Yes, that makes sense.
See, there you go. We'll have to discuss that. Okay. All right, thank you.
Also.
Hey,
My God, no, we'll see.
oh, we will see what happens. Have a good one. Thank you. Hi. All right, we need a Spanish interpreter. Let's hear Juan Garcia Sanchez.
Right here, Joe.
All right, is this on the docket today?
No, he's not on the docket, George. I just, I had a discovery issue that I need to address the court. And because we're set for jury trial next Monday. So
All right, there's nothing I can address here today with your client, without your client being here, so it's not going to get addressed today.
can we? I can reset him for tomorrow or the next day or,
Oh, you have to talk to the coordinator, but your client needs to be present.
okay, I mean, I didn't think it was gonna be, it was just a small matter that I. think-
No, it's not small. Everything is big when you're in felony court. It's big for your client.
Yeah, I can.
I think your client wants to know what's going on. So yeah, your client needs to be here.
All right, I'll let him know.
Are we ready on Jonathan Nicholas?
We're working on it, Judge.
All right.
Come on, get it.
Who's here on Richard Whitney? Richard Whitney,
Here, Your Honor.
where's Mr. Whitney?
Not sure. We're supposed to meet Thursday. He never showed up to the MAC. I couldn't reach him.
He finally reached out to me late Friday, wanted to meet Saturday. I told him we're closed. Things got ugly, Your Honor. Was talking to Mr. Hilly about it this morning. I was talking about the habitualized aspect of the case.
Well, no, I just need to know where your client is.
He said I should talk to Norma. I mean, I'd be on that list, and she's supposed to check for me, see if I'm on the habitualized list as
No, the
well.
question where we are today is where's your client?
Things got ugly Friday, and he knew to be here. I don't know where he is.
All right. So are you ready to proceed?
No,
Well, I mean, we're going to go forward because your client is supposed to be here and he's not. So I don't know if you want to call the bondsman and see if the bondsman knows where your client is, but this is going today. So do you want to call the bondsman?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, so call the bondsman and see where your client is. Gloria Orozco.
We're ready, Judge.
All right, so where are we on this PTD?
Judge, my client came into my office probably about a month ago, signed the application, we got everything, faxed it over. She went to go make her payment. They're saying you're not in the system. So this morning, we're trying to figure out what happened. Sent an email over to PTD. They're saying, yeah, we never got the application back. We printed it back out. I'm literally getting ready to walk it upstairs right now so we can get this thing entered in. But my client is prepared to make her payment today. She's been trying to do what she needs to do.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PTD date on Gloria Orozco, please. All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a June 1st reset date. Once you sign that, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Are we ready on Annabelle Bishop?
Your Honor, we have a plea worked out and I'm preparing the paperwork and I'll provide it to Mr. Hilly.
All right, thank you. All right, this is done. This one they're working on it, please. Oops, sorry. Who's here? Lazara? Are you Estrada?
It's 23 CR 2764E.
Oh, all right. So these cases have been reset
Okay, Judge.
for June
I've talked with him already,
29th.
but I'm still working on it. Okay, Judge.
All right, so the reason why I said for June 29th, they could not bring everyone over because they can't be around each other.
Yes, sir.
So at that time, the state is going to give an update on the discovery and also whether or not the federal government is going to be taking over these cases.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, you may be excused. Henderson's, the interpreter is, hi. I don't think we need the interpreter anymore. Hi, thank you though. Thanks for coming down. All right. All right, thank you. You too. Henderson session. Who is the attorney on Henderson Session?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Session. Come forward. All right, where are we on this pending burglary of the habitation case, State?
Your Honor, it's still awaiting indictment. I'm not sure exactly when it's gonna be indicted. I think depends how the matter they wanted to.
Well, what's gonna happen, because this case is not gonna wait for you all to indict another case. So with regards to the burglary of a habitation, does the defense have the discovery on that?
I,
It looks like the bird hound who was arrested. Oh.
Yes, it's from, I have it since March. We've been waiting for this.
you know, I did have one other pretrial matter too. And if he's assigned to the case, he would be able to access whatever discovery is available. But I don't know if he's been assigned.
Do you have that?
I haven't reviewed all of it, Your Honor. I do know I'm available to do the e-discovery, but I haven't seen it that everything is there.
All right, we're coming back in 2 weeks. At that time, State, you need to make an offer. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 2-week reset on Henderson Session, please. All right, so we're going to come back on May 22nd. At that time, State, an offer will be due. All right, thank you. Who's here on Jonathan Allen? Jonathan Allen. All right, who's here on Jonathan Nicholas? Are you all ready to proceed? All right, court is calling 2018 CR 3520W, State of Texas versus Jonathan Ryan Nicholas. Now parties announced for the record for the state.
Denise Harrison from the state of Texas, Your Honor.
Defense.
Alex Shar from Miss Nicholas.
And are you Mr. Nicholas?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, just one moment off the record. I need the stamp for probation. Oh, no problem. No, that's the wrong stamp. The one for probation. Thank you. And in the box, I'm gonna need to, excuse me, in the box, you all need to move down on that end if you're gonna confer. All right, Mr. Nicholas, I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision and State's motion to supplement pending motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Jonathan Ryan Nicholas who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2018 CR 3520W for the offense of online solicitation of a minor meet with intention for sexual conduct on April 4th, 2018 for a period of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State.
Yes, Your Honor. State will be waiving and abandoning the new number ones. And proceeding on the remainders. Violated condition number 15A on or about the 6th day of December 2022 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nichols, failed to comply with instructions of his court-ordered sex offender treatment program, and that the defendant failed to progress towards reasonable treatment goals in violation of condition number 15A.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
State.
Violated condition number 15I on or about the 6th day of December 2022 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, did then and there fail to comply with instructions of the Bear County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant possessed an unmonitored smartphone in violation of condition number 15I.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Violate condition number 15I on or about the sixth day of December twenty twenty-two in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, did then and there fail to comply with instructions of the Bear County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant possessed an unmonitored smartphone in violation of condition number 15I.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Violated condition number 15L on or about the twenty-sixth day of March twenty twenty-one in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, did then and there fail to comply with instructions of the Bear County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant used an alias or fictitious name, namely Honey Badger, in violation of condition number 15L.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Violation number 16, on or about the sixth day of December twenty twenty-two in Bear County, Texas, the defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, failed to comply with the instructions of his court order sex offender treatment program, and that the defendant failed to progress toward reasonable treatment goals in violation of condition number 16.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Violated condition number 18, on or about the twenty-sixth day of March twenty twenty-one in Bear County, Texas, the defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, did then and there failed to report an alias Honey Badger to their appropriate law enforcement agency and failed to register said alias with that agency pursuant to Texas Chapter 62 in violation of condition number 16.
How do you plead to that?
True.
Just one moment. Is it a violation of 16 or 18? Because that's listed as condition number 18, and then it states a violation of condition number 16. Yes. Oh, we're off the record. Bashan, do you see what I'm speaking about? Okay.
Number 18.
All right, so we're back on the record. State, is there a motion?
On this, Your Honor, yes, the state, the motion is to change number 16 in violation of condition number 18 to the number 18.
All right, is there any objection to that from the defense?
You see where it is? This is.
Oh, I see.
18.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Nicholas, do you understand that in the document, the condition is listed as a violation of condition number 18? And the state is alleging that you violated condition number 18. Do you understand?
That's right.
All right, with regards to that allegation, then how do you plead to violation of condition number 18? True or not true?
True.
All right, state.
On the supplemental dated March 27th, 2023, violated condition number 15JA on or about the second day of March 2023 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, did then and there fail to comply with instructions of the Bear County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant possessed an unauthorized, unmonitored Xperia smartphone with the required internet monitoring service provider, remote COM, in violation of condition number 15JA.
And that is without the required instead of with the required?
Yes, with the required internet monitoring service, yes, Your Honor.
No, without the required. That's how it reads.
Failed to comply.
Without the required. It should be with the required, Your Honor. I will do a motion to change without to with.
Any objections?
No, Judge.
All right, Mr. Nicholas, do you understand the state's changing of 15JA? Changing the word without to with is a substantive change. Do you understand that? Do you understand your counsel has 10 days to prepare to answer for 15JA since the state has made a substantive change? Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to proceed with the violation of 15JA?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, with regards to 15JA, how do you plead? True or not true?
True.
All right, state.
On or about the second day of March twenty twenty-three in Bear County, Texas, the defendant Jonathan Ryan Nicholas did then and there fail to comply with instructions of the Bear County Community Division and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant possessed an unauthorized, unmonitored Dell notebook tablet without a required internet monitoring service provider remote COM in violation of condition number 15A. I just spoke to probation. It should actually be with the without because it's supposed to have it on it.
Yes, so if you want to start over reading with 15JA, the first one, please.
Yes. Yes. The first 15JA violated condition number 15JA on or about the second day of March 2023 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, did then and there fail to comply with instructions of the Bear County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant possessed an unauthorized, unmonitored Xperia smartphone without the required internet monitoring service provider remote COM in violation of condition number 15JA.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
State.
Violate condition number 15JA on or about the second day of March 2023 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jonathan Ryan Nicholas, did then and there fail to comply with the instructions of the Bear County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant possessed an unauthorized, unmonitored Dell notebook tablet without the required internet monitoring service provider remote COM in violation of condition number 15A.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
State.
Yes, Your Honor.
The other allegations, do you waive those allegations?
Yes, the state waives and bans the remaining allegations, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
Mr. Nicholas, did you understand by pleading true to violations 15A, 15I, 15I, 15L, 16, 18, 15JA, and 15JA? The court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violations 15A, 15I, 15I, 15L, 16, 18, 15JA, and 15JA?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court will find 15A, 15I, 15I, 15L, 16, 18, 15JA, and 15JA true. Is there an agreement?
No, Your Honor, the defendant is pleading open to the court, so the state does have punishment witnesses.
All right, state, call your first witness.
The state calls Sergeant Stephen O'Neill.
Judge, one second.
Yes.
There was a misunderstanding on my part. I don't want to put it on the ADA. My belief when we talked last week is that we were going to do everything all together. We're going to do the motion to enter adjudication of guilt. And then there's some other cases out there. I have an expert who's not available today.
I mean, this is proceeding today. You all were set for a contested hearing today. So counsel, if you want to get your expert witness here, you can call your expert witness, tell them to come down. But this is set for a contested hearing today. So it's proceeding today. It will be finished today.
Okay, well, there's never been a pre-sentence investigation report done on this case. And so I think we're entitled to a pre-sentence
No,
investigation.
we're here
report.
today we're here for the court to make a ruling on whether or not he violated conditions of his probation. He's just pled true to them. Judge Angelini set this for a contested today. So both parties came in and said that you were entering a plea of true. So this case is going to be resolved today. Now, counsel, if you want to have your witness by Zoom, you're more than welcome to have them by Zoom, but this case is getting resolved today. It's set for contested hearing today. You all decided you didn't want to have a contested hearing, that he wanted to enter his pleas of true today. The court has accepted his pleas of true. The court has found the certain conditions true based upon his plea of true. So we are proceeding.
You want to
So-
call your witness to see if they can do it via Zoom?
She also needs to get money. I have to pay her $1,000.
All right, this is what I can tell you all is this is happening today.
Okay. So do I need to fill out a motion for continuance?
Oh, you can fill out a motion for continuance. The court will hear your motion.
Okay, so I have a second to write one in. All right, thanks.
Motions for continuance, yes. All right, who's here on Pete Garcia? Who's the person here on Miguel Maldonado? All right, what is happening on Miguel Maldonado?
Judge, this is a first setting and my client is asking that he be allowed time to hire an attorney.
All right, so where are we on discovery? Who's the prosecutor on this case? It's possession of marijuana?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So where are we on discovery?
My understanding.
Do you have all the discovery?
Judge, I can't say that I have all the discovery. It's extensive in this case. And it wouldn't download the discovery all weekend. But I was looking through the file. I can't sign a discovery agreement today.
I'd say, have you tendered an offer?
No, my understanding is that defense counsel told me that I believe the defendant is gonna hire.
All right, so an offer needs to be tendered. Then once that offer is tendered, then you all can approach back.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Who's here on Jonathan Allen? Jonathan Allen. Hi, Nathaniel Navy, how's it going? You know, my mom was just asking about you. She's like, I hope Nathaniel's doing fine.
Yeah.
So, how's everything going with the baby?
Good, good. So you have to.
Oh, yeah, let me see the pictures. They grow so fast.
She's already.
In college?
She got into a daycare fight.
What?
Yeah,
Who had the baby?
another baby apparently.
Oh, you need to check into that.
Well, they don't tell you who did it because they don't want the parents to like freak out. So they just say there was an incident.
Well, this is an incident with and how old is your baby?
8 months.
She's 8 months and another baby gave her a black eye. 8-month-old.
Well, they said she wanted to fight.
Oh, okay. But still.
I think it was just a thing. Somebody was swinging. She does that to me all the time where she was just.
Oh, they were swinging a toy.
Yeah, something.
Okay.
Not
Well,
not like yeah, they weren't actually,
well, you need to lead with that.
not like they were actually trying to.
Oh, okay. Because I had visions of Boss Baby in my head. Oh, but she's such a cutie pie. Oh, do you need somebody to roll up to the school, to the daycare?
Should I text my wife? We have to go.
Yeah, you need to go and do a surprise visit. Find out who her friends are.
Yeah.
What's going on? Oh, she's such a cutie.
It's been a while, so.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
you too. You see, my mom mentions attorney's name and all of a sudden they appear.
Yeah.
Because she was just talking to me about Bo Wood and then Bo Wood appears. All right, who's here on Jesus Solis? Okay, sure. All right. And are we ready on Jonathan Allen or no? No, I think I've been given these files. I don't even know why I have these files when nobody's ready, but. Kelly McGinnis. I saw the photos of your daughter with gymnastics.
You did so good.
Oh, that is so awesome.
Maybe done, may not.
Well, yeah. Well, if she's not done with it, she owes me a seat at the Olympics. Okay. I will be on the front row. See what she does. John Marino.
Does it matter what type?
All right. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court, Mr. Marino.
Yes, ma'am, always.
All right. All right, so today is your plea deadline date. So what is happening with the plea?
Your Honor, defense is respectfully rejecting the plea bargain and we request another trial date or a trial date.
All right, state, how long do you anticipate this trial?
Judge, I really didn't confer on this case.
I copied Daniel.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you exactly the amount.
Oh, well, you know what? I think the state may have an idea. I know this attorney. I know she has an idea. How long do you expect this trial to last?
We usually do like 3 days, Your Honor.
She's saying 3 days.
That'd be fine, Judge.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson, I need a trial date on John Marino for 3 days. And it's criminal trial division.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the best way.
All right, we're gonna come back on May 30th. After you receive your reset form, your excuse, your plea deadline date has expired. What that means is the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, after
Thank
you
you.
sign the reset, your excuse.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, you're welcome. Have a good one. All right, counsel, are you ready? And who's your client?
Maldonado.
All right, have him come forward. Miguel Maldonado. Right, state, were you able to tender an offer?
Yes, we did turn it off.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Maldonado, I need a 2-week reset, please.
And that's for me too, right, Judge?
Yes. I'm sorry, when? All right, your plea deadline date is going to be May 15th. After that date, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements without good cause. If you decide to hire an attorney, you need to let him know what the offer is, and you need to let him know that that's your plea deadline date, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there anything else for me to decide?
Do we sign a reset?
Yes, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
I'll be right there.
Edgar Alcantar. All right, Mr. Alcantar Salazar.
Judge, we made a plea offer last time and today is our plea deadline.
Yes.
Mr. Akhtar has some immigration issues, trying to get in with the lawyer.
Let me ask you this, why we're just finding about immigration issues?
We know about the immigration issues, about him getting in to speak to a lawyer to possibly advise him on it. He spoke with the lawyer, but I haven't heard anything. I don't have any documentation. He needs to pay the lawyer to get actual documentation.
Ms. Ferguson, have somebody, the MAC attorney from immigration, come down here. You're going to remain in court till MAC comes and speak with you.
Judge, are you going to order them to issue a letter for the?
Oh, they're going to talk to him. And then whatever they issue, they issue. But they're going to talk to him today. All right, so just remain in court.
Well, as the attorney, I'm going to need something to put in the record. or
That's why
on the
you need
record
to confer
advise.
with them when they come down. So the MAC immigration attorney will come down and you need to speak with them. All right, Pete Garcia.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy post fiesta, Judge.
Yes.
Wonderful to see you.
All right, so what's happening with this case?
I have an offer on it. I'm ready. My client is going to respectfully reject it and we'd just like a trial setting.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 2-week reset on Pete Garcia for a plea deadline date, please. 2-week reset, deadline date for Pete Garcia. All right, Ms. Ferguson is going to give you a reset for May 15th. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset and then you're excused. Thanks for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'll be in Del Rio. Can it be the 16th?
Ms. Ferguson, can you put Garcia on the 16th?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, on this case, Lucia, we need an interpreter.
Your Honor, he's not here. The jail could not bring him over. I was gonna ask the court for maybe a 1-day reset so they can bring him over, 2 days whenever you're available. He's in the mental health unit and that's why he had to be segregated from the other inmates. Not that we
Okay.
can bring him over.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, LSCO, let's recall that for tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good one.
Like, see you tomorrow.
All right, bye-bye. Jonathan Allen. Jesus Solis. Juan Soto.
Judge, Mr. Solis is in custody.
All right, you ready?
Judge, actually, I have not filed a motion to withdraw. But I do want to file one because I've been talking to my client. I just don't think we can effectively communicate. And he is in agreement and does not want me for a lawyer. He doesn't.
All right, Mr. Solis, come down, please. Okay, first of all, why is this on the docket today? Because it shows on the docketing sheet that this is reset for May 11th because we're waiting on a report from Dr. Scott. That's what it says in the file.
Judge, I had Mr. Solis evaluated.
Mhm.
Dr. Scott came back with his report.
Is it Scott or Scott?
SKOP.
All right, I don't know why somebody wrote in here, Dr. Scott. So Dr. Scott, yes.
And so, Judge, he's, according to Dr. Scott, is ready to go to trial. Problem is, he doesn't trust my counsel.
All right, then he needs to hire an attorney.
And to that, I've been trying to work with him. He's got some ideas that he thinks may be conducive to that. I talked with the state about taking care of his misdemeanors today. So he can post bonds on the 2 felonies, get out and then retain counsel. So we could take care of the misdemeanors today. He knows that it'll be convictions. He knows that it's.
Oh, I have no jurisdiction on the misdemeanor. They're not in my purview. I'm just concerned about the felonies that's on the court's docket. And I am not, Mr. Solis.
My client wants to, read it. So she can read it. Oh. Sorry, Judge.
Yes.
He has something written. I thought he wanted you to read it, but I guess he wants to read it.
See, I've lost faith, I've lost faith in my counsel and no longer trust his advice. He's lied to me repeatedly about my cases, he tested my cases, who he's spoken with.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
My counsel and I've lost faith in my counsel's advice, no longer trust him. Because he has lied to me about my cases,
All
details
right,
of
let
my
me stop you right there, Mr. Solis. Mr. Solis?
Ma'am, if I'm-
Mr. Solis, let me tell you something right here now. Number one, sometimes I've been a defense attorney, I've been a prosecutor. Sometimes people don't want to hear what their defense attorney wants to say to them because they want what they want. And if their defense attorney can't get it from the
If I may
state,
finish?
no, you may not. If the defense attorney doesn't get what their client wants from the state, then somehow it's the defense attorney's fault. What I can tell you from being an attorney, when people have cancer and go see a doctor, nobody blames the doctor that the fact that they got cancer. But what I've experienced in my lifetime is that when somebody has criminal charges pending, they usually blame the defense attorney. What I can tell you in this court is I require, not much. What I require is that people are kind to each other, that people treat everybody with respect, even if they don't like the person. As my grandmother would say, everybody's here to do a job, not necessarily be friends.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
So-
perfect. Well put. May I, if I
Yeah,
may?
here's the
please?
thing,
Yes, ma'am.
that I require that the state give an offer to the defense.
Understood.
I require that the defense have all the discovery. Defense, do you have all the discovery in this case?
I believe we do. There is, on the case that's set, well, that is or isn't set today, there's a witness I would like to interview.
All right,
So
so has an offer been tendered?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and the witness who's listed that you want to interview, is it a witness that's in a police report?
yes, it is.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, how much time do you need to get in touch with this witness?
I reached out to her attorney. I have to hear back from the attorney just to make sure that she's not represented by counsel anymore. And then I have to try and locate her because she's out. Meaning,
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, on Mr. Solis, I need a 3-week reset. It's a plea deadline date, and I need you to give Mr. Solis a reset form. What date will it be? All right, we're coming back on May 22nd. That will be your plea deadline date. After that, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements. If you wish to plea open to the court, then you have to plea open to the court. If you want to hire an attorney, you're more than welcome to hire an attorney,
Which is,
but the court is not excusing this attorney from your
if I
case.
may, you made a great point, wonderful point, when you said that you must treat everybody with respect and so forth, so on. And that, and I don't deny him that he is probably a good lawyer, a wonderful lawyer. But the fact remains that he does not believe in me. And I need somebody that believes in me so that I may move forward to face a fair trial. See, and which I was getting to, because it's denying me my basic constitutional rights, due process, and equal protection, in violations of amendments 5, 6, 14 to the Constitution of the United States, Articles 1, sections 10, 19, 29, the Constitution of the United States of Texas, and Articles 1.05 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. That's why I was begging the court for appointment of new counsel.
No,
on
you're
my
not getting
cases.
appointed a new attorney. What's going to end up happening if you want another attorney, you need to hire one.
Absolutely.
All
And
right.
I'll try that if I'm able to get out. That's why I wanted to take care of my misdemeanors, because I have
Well,
5.
here's the thing. If you're not able to hire another attorney, this is the attorney who will be representing you.
Even in trial.
Yes.
and Judge, I just renew that I don't think we can effectively communicate. Because
Oh,
he
sure
does
you
not
can.
trust my advice.
Here's the thing.
He doesn't believe when I tell him what the law is, he doesn't believe me.
You can communicate, and guess what? If Whether or not somebody believes that the law is the law, that's completely up to that person. If he wants to go to trial, believing that what he's charged with is not an offense, or believing that there are certain defenses that are not available for the offense he's charged with, or whatever it may be, that's completely up to him. All you can do is tell him,
But if they're-
Dr. Scott has said that he's competent. And people with all this thing about, I want somebody to believe in me, that's for record producers.
There
Like, I
exists an
believe you're a
antagonistic
great singer.
relationship. There now exists an antagonistic relationship between my attorney.
No, it's not antagonistic. No.
You're not the attorney and. or the-
Okay, so here's the thing. I want you to listen to me clearly, okay? Dr. Scott has said you're competent, correct?
Absolutely.
Do you know what's going on with your case? All right. You know that this person here is your attorney, Mr. Charles? That's a yes or no. You know he's your attorney, yes or no? All right. So this is what's going to happen. We're coming back. I've given you a plea deadline date. On that date, either you're going to accept it or reject it. If you reject it, what's going to end up happening is you're going to jury trial, and the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements with not good cause. If you decide you want a jury trial, you are either going to jury trial with Mr. Charles, or you're going to jury trial with whatever attorney that you hired. You understand?
Understood.
These cases are not, I need someone who believes in me. This is not where you're on American Idol or Star Search, where you need somebody to believe in your voice. This is a case, the facts are the facts. You understand? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, who's here on Jose Gallegos? All right, are you ready to proceed? All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 0058, State of Texas versus Jose Gallegos. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
You're ahead, Your Honor.
Defense?
Well, what on behalf of the defendant, he's present. We're ready, Judge.
All right, and oh, yes, there is. Mr. Wood, I'm showing you what's entitled discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Gallegos, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Mr. Gallegos, I'm going to show you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, I do. Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Gallegos, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, I am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, Your Honor.
He's not a citizen.
He is, would you tell me your document?
I'm a permanent resident, Your Honor.
All right. Has he had a chance to speak with an immigration attorney?
I've advised him, but no, he is not spoken with.
All right. Does he need to speak with an immigration
I
attorney?
think he's prepared to proceed.
I'm ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. We can proceed, but what I'm going to do I'll let you proceed, but I'm not going to sentence you today because I want you to have a chance to speak with an immigration attorney.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right, so you're not a US citizen?
no, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood, did you advise your client of the consequences of pleading no contest or guilty in the application of federal immigration law?
Yes, Judge.
Did that include possible consequences such as deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, or the denial of naturalization?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he understands the immigration consequences of entering a plea in this case?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Gallegos, did your attorney inform you of the consequences of pleading no contest or guilty in the application of federal immigration law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did those consequences include such things as deportation, exclusion from admission to the United States, or denial of naturalization?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand the consequences of entering a plea in this case as it relates to your immigration status?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, I understand.
According to the plea, fine is to be assessed at $1,500. The state recommends deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration 2023 CR 3054. Did you understand that to be the
Yes,
plea?
I understand.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is recommending that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 3 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours community service restitution, and DWI conditions. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gallegos, all of these documents are in English. Have you been able to review those documents with your attorney and do you understand them?
Yes, I do. Your Honor.
And do you understand the English language?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
And
Your
are
Honor.
you comfortable proceeding with this case without an interpreter?
Yes,
All right, then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
I plead no full content, Your Honor.
State any evidence?
Yes, state exhibit number 1 with all its attachments.
We've had an opportunity to review it, have no objection.
Mr. Gallegos, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
All right, and state you may be excused to continue to confer. Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's Ms. Ferguson. I need someone from the MAC down here from immigration.
They're here.
Okay, awesome.
I'm just trying to get hold of them.
All right. Court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding you guilty as you applied for deferred adjudication. I'm going to give you a reset date. I'm going to reset this for May 22nd.
All right.
There's someone here from MAC and they're going to speak to him. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Jose Gallegos, I need a reset date of May 22nd. And that will be your sentencing date.
Thanks.
At that time, I'll make a decision on your application based upon any evidence that's presented to me.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And Mr. Wood, if for some reason the immigration attorney is not ready to proceed on that date, just let the court know.
I will. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and please speak with the immigration attorney before you leave. Who's here on Juan Soto, Juan Carlos Soto? All right, put that back in the file. Just give it to me when they're ready.
Soto Vicorino.
Okay, Oh, that's him.
Co-defendants.
All right, come forward. All right, they were not able to bring your client over because we have a number of inmates. This is going to be reset for June 29th. And at that time, the state is going to see if the federal government is going to pick up the cases and also to make sure you have your discovery.
Sounds good. June 29th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, who's here on Richard Whitney? Who is here on Edgar Alcantar Salazar? Edgar Alcantar Salazar, where's your attorney? All right. Who's here on Jonathan Allen?
That's me, Your Honor.
Jonathan Allen? Where's your client?
He's an inmate.
All right. Is he out here in the box?
Let me ask.
No,
All right. So he needs to be brought out.
well, we're waiting the psych eval. And it's already been ordered.
Okay. Is he being brought out? Okay, they're bringing him up. Norma, these are done.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm just going back here. There's some
Whatever this is.
I've got something that's off docket and I needed to approach you about it. Do I need to get that set with Norma? It's an Article 64. Okay, it's an Article 64 case. It's an oldie but a goodie, but we're trying to get it wrapped up. Okay. Okay, I will. Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Jake's and what are we gonna do? The one down there. Let me see if I can. Okay, yeah, ready. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, he's here, Judge.
All right. And who's your client again?
Jonathan Kane.
All right, Jonathan Allen. Is that? All right, Mr. Allen, if you'll come down. All right, Mr. Allen, have you seen a doctor yet?
No, I haven't.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, he was supposed to see a doctor, at least a doctor was requested since February. We're now in May and he hasn't seen a doctor.
April 19th, basically informally agreed on April 19th. That's the last.
That was last month.
All right, so we're skipping over the formal inquiry. Just tell them that he needs an evaluation. So we'll skip over the informal inquiry and he will get to see a doctor. Mr. Allen, I'm going to reset this in 30 days so we don't lose track of you to make sure you see a doctor.
Can I also move to a single cell?
I'm sorry, what?
Also move to a single cell?
What did he say? Oh, you want to be moved to a single cell?
Yeah.
All right, I have no control over that, but I will have the deputy put in a request.
Okay, thanks.
That's all I can have them do, okay?
Sure.
All right, is he in the mental health section of the jail or no? All right, so, Ms. Ferguson, I need to reset for 30 days. All right, so we're gonna come back on June 1st and counsel, if you'll let the magistrate court know that he needs to see someone as soon as possible.
Okay.
To expedite it.
I'll go walk over right now, Judge.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else?
Does it also include my plea? I haven't made a plea yet.
I'm sorry, made a plea yet?
Yeah.
No, what's gonna happen first is I'm gonna have you speak with the doctor.
Okay.
And then the doctor will give a report to your attorney and that report will go to the prosecutor as well.
Okay.
Then once we figure that out, we'll see where we are, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just one moment. Yes.
Judge, I've got Keenan Patel on your docket. We have an agreement worked out, but I want to see if we can do the plea tomorrow morning because I still have several other courts to get to. It's going to resolve all 7 felonies and I think 15 misdemeanors.
All right, so where's the file?
I'm sorry, Keenan Patel. I'm not, sorry. Stephen Neely, wrong guy. Stephen Neely. Too much going on. For a Monday after.
All right, and where's Mr. Neely?
He's in the box, Judge. Right here.
Right. So what we're gonna do, you say you have cases set this morning?
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna have Mr. Neely back here at 2 for you.
2:30?
Are we able to do 2:30? All right, 2:30.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right, so Mr. Neely is held till 2:30, and that's done. Who's here on Angel Gonzalez?
Judge, that's me. You got to me quicker than I expected.
All right, where's Mr. Angel Gonzalez?
He's right in the back.
All right, so all attorneys, do not ask for the court to pull your file if your client is in custody and they have not been brought out, because that means you're not ready, because your client's not here.
Apologies, Judge. I thought that they had it right.
No problem. Adam Rafti.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, who's the prosecutor on Rafti?
It's Rafati, and he's not here, Your Honor, but he approved an application, or he's recommending an application for pretrial diversion. We filled that out and we're gonna go file that. Here's right here.
Sorry, Judge. Yes, we are recommending PTD.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date on Rafti PTD, please. All right, we're coming back on June 1st.
Your Honor.
You need to sign the reset form, and all that paperwork needs to be completed before that date.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Good morning. I have a motion to suppress.
All right, just give me a moment. If you'll step back, I'll take you up just a moment. I'm going in order in which I received the files.
I was just going to ask, do you want us to come back this afternoon? You got a lot of people.
No. Yeah, thank you. All right, who's here on Roger Neek Jones? Court is calling 2023 CR 2279, State of Texas versus Roger Neek Jones. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Lindsay Shaw.
Defense?
Angela Blake.
Are you Ms. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Jones, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jones, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram or 4 grams? That's a 3rd-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jones, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's $1,000 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 4 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and community service hours. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, state you may continue to confer.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jones, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement that the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
We just ask that you follow the plea bargain, Judge.
All right. In the police report, it mentions other warrants, a possession less than a gram in a theft case. Are those out of county warrants?
Those are within Bear County. Those both been resolved. The felony was dismissed. The misdemeanor was also dismissed.
All right. Do you have any children?
I have 3 children, Your Honor.
What are their ages
11, 8, and 3 years old.
and where are they?
They are currently with a family placement because I'm currently doing services to receive them back due to the charge that I received.
And so what's your drug of choice?
I currently don't have a drug of choice. I've
Well,
been
I mean,
so-
this was found in your bra. Why do you have meth in your bra?
Yeah, I've been sober. I did have it, but I went to Alpha Home. I did inpatient treatment. And so I have not been, but I did have it and I used to use it, but
And when when were you released from inpatient treatment and alcohol?
March 30th. And I'm still doing outpatient for my CPS. For my CPS caseworker, I'm still doing outpatient classes and programs. But I was probably going to be going back to complete 28 more days, just so it looks better in CPS in children's court.
Who's your CPS attorney?
Miss Mance.
And who are you living with now?
I live with my mother right now.
Are you employed?
Uh-huh.
What do you do?
Wendy's.
You know, I don't know if I should say it or not. Wendy's burgers, I never could get used to the square. And
That's how they pat them out before we freeze them, because
Mhm.
you have to pat them out like that, and they have like a little square thing that you put on it to make them like that. I don't
So
know
what happens
why.
to the rest of the meat? Do y'all just join it with other?
The rest of the meat, they cook it and they put it in the chili.
Oh, okay. I remember when Wendy's first came to Louisiana. And that was a lot of money, right? So we go to Wendy's because we're like, can't go to Mr. Swift's, which was the best burger place, even though it was in Grand Cane, Louisiana. And, I don't know why we thought McDonald's tasted good. But we go to Wendy's, we're spending our last little money on Wendy's. And I'm telling you, the fact that they boil their burger. Do y'all still boil the burger?
No.
To keep it?
No, they don't boil them anymore.
only-
They freeze them and then we take them out and put them on the grill. And then afterwards, if the meat is still in good condition, chop them up and they put them in the chili to where it can be reused instead of throwing it away.
The only thing that I've ever really liked from Wendy's was their spicy chicken sandwich and their chocolate frosty or whatever it's called.
Those are literally both my favorites. That's all I-
Although the chicken sandwich, I don't even do that anymore. I have bad memories of going on a ride after having eaten that. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 3 years deferred adjudication. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Proof of employment within 15 days. There's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. How far did you go in school?
I'm still in school now. I'm enrolled in Penn Foster, but I'm about to stop doing that to go.
All right, just 1 second. Everyone, you need to whisper and do not talk in that jury box if you're behind the court reporter.
But I currently just stopped my classes through Penn Foster so I can enroll in a program because my counselor at Alpha Home, she gave me a referral to where I can do GED classes and start my college classes with SAC. So that's what I'm about to be doing.
Okay. There's to be regular UAs. Probation, I'm gonna need you to coordinate with CPS because I'm gonna want treatment for her, but I need proof that you've completed Alpha Home. So was that inpatient?
Uh-huh.
All right, so I'm gonna request inpatient treatment with Alpha Home. But I'll note that she's already completed it, but you're gonna have to provide proof to probation, okay?
Okay.
Are you doing any sober meetings?
I do that. That's why I'm still doing the outpatient with Alpha Home. I'm no longer there because my mom, like I take care of my mom as well. So I've been doing the outpatient, but I still meet with my counselor there. I still meet with my sponsor. I go to the Tuesdays, Thursdays, and the Friday meetings every week.
All right, so probation, she needs to provide proof to you that she's completed the inpatient. If she's completed the inpatient, then we're gonna require her to continue with outpatient treatment through Alpha Home. We're gonna do field visits 1 time per month. And probation, if you want to count the field visits as reporting, you can count it as reporting. And if you want to coordinate with CPS to make sure that they're doing visits and CPS does them, then those can count. CPS compliance. 300 hours of community service restitution. That will be satisfied once you've completed parenting classes in your GED. So in order to complete your 300 hours community service restitution, you need to complete the GED courses and your parenting courses and probation that can be through CPS. Probation, is there anything else she needs?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, ma'am. Your Honor, did the court assess a fine? We would just ask that if the court.
No, I
Okay.
didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, don't reach through. You can't do that. You're just asking for trouble by doing that. Oh, just come around. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
I'm 26.
All right, you're 26, you have 3 children.
Mhm.
These 3 children are 100% dependent upon you. So,
And only me.
and only you. So if you don't do what's required of you, what's going to end up happening is CPS is going to terminate your rights and they're going to end up who knows where with who knows who. I've done plenty of CPS cases and what I can tell you is this. And you can take it and use it or not use it. Do not get involved in any relationships until your children are of age. And let me just tell you why I say that. Yes, this could be a hallmark moment where you meet some guy who's working at Wendy's who comes in and next thing you know, he's a corporate CEO. But that really only happens in Hallmark. Or it can turn out to be a Lifetime movie. I like children. I think children are great. But when you have children, they're suitcases. Think of them as suitcases.
Yeah.
The 11-year-old is a suitcase, it's the 8-year-old, the 3-year-old. And I'm not talking about carry-on. They're check baggage. And then you're on probation. That's another suitcase. So any guy or partner you get with, you need to make sure that they're okay carrying those suitcases. And if they're not okay, you shouldn't be with them.
I'm really just focused on myself.
You should.
Relationship is like, it's like the last thing in my
Thank you.
life. Like I'm really focused on my growth and what I need to do for myself and my kids. Because I don't want to just have a job. I want a career. I want to build stability. So when I'm gone, my kids have something. Like I don't want to just be that parent that their kids can't learn anything from. Because I was a young mom, but still that's no excuse.
Right. I want you to remember what you said to me. So when you come back here, I expect all of that to be true.
Okay.
As my mother, her teacher would always tell them, don't end up with some joker. And my teacher in high school, Mr. Reed, would always tell us, don't end up with a joker. So don't end up with a joker, okay?
Okay.
All right, probation, we'll go over conditions with you. All right, who's here on Juan Davila? And I'm sorry, this goes in that file as well. Yes, there's an issue with Mr. Davila?
Yeah, Judge, I think it was the, just the verbiage, it was supposed to be, I believe we got probation from the court. And it was listed as.
Oh, it's an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Right, but it's supposed to be.
Deferred.
No, it actually supposed to be assault SBI. I didn't do the paperwork or anything,
Let me see if it does say that.
because in the plea paperwork, it says no deferred.
No, it says aggravated assault with a deadly weapon SBI.
Yeah, and
Okay.
so whoever did it,
Yeah.
that might be the issue.
Okay. All righty. Well, we can correct it.
Okay.
So just make it happen.
We'll
Okay.
correct to the SBI judge.
Yes.
Okay, and then the only other thing, I'm so sorry, I just wanted to approach, so the defendant does have the GPS. We just wanted to also, he wanted me to make sure that the GPS is going to be taken off as part of probation.
I don't know yet.
Okay,
So you need to discuss that with the state and then we'll take care of this.
okay,
All right. Thank you.
okay.
All right, Annabelle Bishop. Who's the attorney on Annabelle Bishop? Court is calling 2023 CR 2077, State of Texas versus Annabelle Bishop. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Travis Banks to the state of Texas.
Defense?
I'm still defending.
All right, you need to be in the center, and Mr. Hilly, you need to be over there. All right, Mr. Hilly, have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Bishop, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Will do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is proceeding as presented.
All right. Ms. Bishop?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what did you say, counsel? The court reporter can't hear.
Sorry, yes, Your Honor, the state is proceeding with the indictment as presented.
All right, Ms. Bishop, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendant's waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of continuous violence against a family member? That's a
ma'am.
third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Ms. Bishop, has anyone threatened you, forced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. There is no fine. The state is silent on your application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. There's to be restitution, if any. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you cannot be designated as primary and custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
None.
Outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is asking for no contact with Jacob Tovar and Juan Tovar. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State offer State's Exhibit 1 and it's attached. No objection.
All right, state, you may be excused to continue to confer. Ms. Bishop has shown you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date for PSI. All right, we're going to come back on June 8th. Does your client need a TAP evaluation?
Yes, I'd also like to ask for interview for personal bond, Your Honor.
All right, I'm not going to grant her a PR bond. All right, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you back on June 8th.
Thank you. Very excused, Your Honor.
Yes, you may be excused. Who's here on Stephen Barker?
I'm here, good.
Okay, just give me a moment. Ernie Sanchez. All right, Mr. Sanchez.
Good morning, good.
Good morning. Court is calling 2021 CR 10230, State of Texas versus Ernie Sanchez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Travis Banks in the state of Texas.
Defense?
Michael Collins for defendant, present, ready on.
Are you Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision and First Amendment motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes.
Are you the same Ernie Sanchez Jr. who's placed on community supervision in 2021 CR 10230 for the offense of violation of bond or protective order on April 19, 2022 for a term of 2 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
And. Yes, ma'am. Violating condition number 4 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Ernie Junior Sanchez did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of June and July 2022 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
State.
The state will waive and abandon the further allegation.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and $750 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, the agreement and the state's recommendation, should Your Honor choose to accept it, is to revoke the defendant's probation, to sentence the defendant to 7 months, and to give the defendant credit for time served. And that should be a judgment satisfied. I believe defense has some documentation that the defendant served some time out of county and has enough time to satisfy that judgment.
All right, why should I give him 7 months?
Your Honor, we think that's a sufficient long time to have for his revocation, Your Honor.
No, his case was reduced from a felony to a misdemeanor, and he has been unsuccessful at it.
That's correct, Your Honor. But he has been incarcerated for 7 straight months since October 1st.
All right, court is going to grant the motion, sentence you to a $750 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. Court is going to sentence you to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing? The court will give you credit for any time served.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. You want to walk around, attorney? Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
This is not a plea bargain agreement. You do have a limited right to appeal. That right to appeal is as it relates to the allegation in the motion, not the fact that you were on community supervision. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. We're off the record. Mr. Sanchez, you're gonna have to do better.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I will. Travis Banks.
Who's here on Moffness? Jesse Moffness, where's the attorney? All right, just have a seat. Your attorney's not here. Who's the person on Richard Whitney? Who's the attorney on Edgar Alcantar Salazar? Who's the attorney on Angel Gonzalez? Okay, awesome. Excuse me. Excuse me. The attorneys are not here. So just go one second. So, hi.
Take two.
Take 2. All right, so today is his plea deadline date. Where are we?
Judge, there's still some discovery outstanding, and I have an expert who is also following up on getting a report together for me.
What discovery is outstanding?
There are a few items, and I'm gonna send Brittany a list. I'll email her this afternoon. Among those There may be some related police reports and protective orders for the alleged victim in the case that I would like to have. There's also some follow-up on a memorandum of disclosure on one of the officers that I am requesting. And I think that I got some medical records, but there may still be some medical records outstanding that I have not received. So that's my quick and dirty list from last week when I looked at everything and started with my little yellow notepad taking down notes, but.
All right, I'm gonna call this at the end of the June. There will be no more resets for discovery, and this is gonna be your plea deadline date. After that, it's going to jury trial. Ms. Ferguson? I need a reset date for plea deadline date for the end of June.
I have a vacation letter in, Judge, and I will be gone through most of June to, I believe I'm not back until July 11th.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. How long will this jury trial take?
I think of a full week. I mean, I would agree with that at least.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date. And it's a murder case. All right, August 8th is your jury trial date.
Just, I guess, send me what you. Sure, absolutely. And then talk to me in July. That sounds good. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, are the parties here on Jeff Mossness? Yes. All right, has the state made an offer?
Judge, we're gonna apply for PTD.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PTD date on Mossness, please. All right, June 1st.
I'm sorry, and that's to be back in court.
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, we also have a motion to amend bond conditions on a no contact order with the complainant. We do have him here today.
All right, that'll have to be rescheduled for a different date. Ms. Ferguson? On the motion to amend bond conditions, what date can you give them this week? I'm sorry, what? Okay.
Judge, Thursday morning.
Yes,
And I'm so sorry, I didn't have my notes here. What was the PTV? date?
June 1st.
June 1st. Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
You may be excused. All right, Sean McHaslett.
We're ready to announce.
All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, well, Mr. McCaslett, he's got one case that's indicted, burglary of habitation. And then there are several unindicted cases. The state of those cases, there's not much in the way of discovery quite yet. I filed a motion to appoint an investigator.
Okay.
The Berg had it, so just ask if the court would sign that so I could.
Oh,
get an
I think it
investigator.
may have been signed. I'll check my file to see if it's in there.
And then in preparing for the case, I noticed that there might be some additional discovery. I'm not sure,
Okay.
but I've asked for some additional body worn footage if there is any.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset for discovery. All right, we'll be back on June 1st.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. State on, Stephen Walbacher. Defense said they're here for a motion to suppress.
Is that Ron Ross, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, Daniel's handling that. He's talking, he's confirming with the officer right now.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Ross, my understanding is that the state is conferring with the officer on your case. All right, court is calling 2018 CR 3520W, State of Texas versus Jonathan Nicholas. Where's the attorney?
I don't, it was just.
All right, have a seat. We're waiting for your attorney.
Mr. Bain.
Mr. Nicholas? You're gonna be back at 2:30. And state, have your witnesses here.
They're right here.
All right, so we're gonna come back at 2:30 and we'll take the matter up then. And Ms. Ferguson, if you can call Mr. Nicholas's attorney and tell him he needs to have his witness here.
2:30, will it just be? No inmates or anything?
I'm sorry.
Will it not take inmates?
Oh, there will be one inmate.
One inmate, okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay. Angel Gonzalez. Third chair.
Yes.
Sorry about the delay. I was talking with the officer upstairs with the officer's here. We're ready.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to hold off. I know there's a lot of other things.
Yeah, no, we can do it whenever you all are ready to proceed. What is the issue? With the suppression issue. what
The
is it?
issue is detention, continued detention, and illegal search.
Okay, and I don't understand, is this dispositive or no?
It is. It was not going to be, and Angelini was here last week, and I told him it would be dispositive, so we go ahead and set it.
Okay. All right, how long do you expect this to last?
It'll probably take with the video. That's going to be the key part. It's about maybe a 15-minute video that you're gonna have to watch with officer testimonies. It's probably gonna take anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes would be my guess.
Well, I'd say probably close to an hour by the time cross-examination.
Sorry, I didn't include.
45 minutes to an hour.
If you want to wait, Judge, I mean.
Is your client in custody? All right, let's reschedule this then for, I know we don't have Fridays, but let's reschedule this for Friday. Or is,
And Judge, sorry to interrupt. Would it be possible to not, if we are going to reschedule to not this Friday, I have to go to a wedding in Houston.
oh, okay, no, then,
Especially,
Oh, you need to do that.
the reception especially.
all right, let's reschedule it for, I know Wednesday is all day trial of grand trial. Let's reschedule it for Wednesday. And we'll do this Wednesday morning. So we need to do it starting at like 9 a.m. on Wednesday.
Okay. Would it be possible, Judge, for me to go speak with the officer? He's in the courtroom just to make sure.
Let's
he's
see.
okay.
And is your client able to come back on Wednesday?
He will be, yes.
All right, so let's go check with your officer real quick and then we'll come back from that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Oh, no, we're good. Yes. But tell her, thank you so much for coming down. And Deputy Laura, we're doing our hard break at 1. Everyone, the court is recessing at 1. And those who are not done, you're probably going to come back on a day that is inconvenient for you. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much for coming in. All right, thank you.
Gonzalez Ruben?
Thank you. And what date did we give Mr. Angel Gonzalez? Sorry, what? Thank you. All right, who's here on Brandon Benavides?
You want to call, bring him up?
Yes. All right, court is calling 2023 CR 2911, State of Texas versus Brandon Benavides. That parties announced for the record for the state. Defense.
David McLean for Brandon Benavides.
Are you Mr. Benavides?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Benavides, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it and did you sign it? I'm sorry, did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Benavides, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of assault, family second offense, that's a 3rd-degree felony? Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yeah.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent, was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Benavides, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, your punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the prison. This is run concurrent with 2022 CR 6640. The state will take in consideration County Court Cause number 70233. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Julian Trinidad Castro and Juanita Villanueva Rodriguez. Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated primary custodial parent? Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
I did, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
Your Honor, I reviewed that with my client. We have no objection.
Mr. Benavides, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence. The court will find you guilty. Court will sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 6640, taking consideration County Court Cause number 70233. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Julian Trinidad Castro and Juanita Villanueva Rodriguez. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction and an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to proceed in 2022 CR 6640. I'm showing you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Brandon Alexander Benavides who was placed on community supervision in 2022 CR 6640 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram, on August 18, 2022 for a term of 2 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Yes, Your Honor, proceeding as to violation of condition number 1, on or about the 10th day of February 2023 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Brandon Alexander Benavides, committed the offense of assault, violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
State?
State waives all other violations.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1? The court could find it true, grant the motion. Let me see what your plea agreement was. Court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $1,200 fine. Did you understand? Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Your Honor. State would recommend revocation and ask for 2 years to run concurrent with cause number 2023 CR 29111.
29, is that the agreement?
That is your.
Are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court will follow your agreement, grant the motion, sentence you to 2 years in the state jail facility. This will run concurrent with 2023 CR 2911. There's a $1,200 fine, time and money will run concurrent. Going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. How old are you?
26.
All right, do you want to spend the rest of your life in and out of prison?
No, ma'am.
Then you're going to have to do better. Otherwise, that's what's going to end up happening. You're going to wake up, half of your life is going to be gone, and it's going to be spent in custody with people telling you what to do. You understand? If you have an anger issue, then you need to take care of that.
Yeah, and I was taking classes inside the jail. I finished a bid program.
All right, that's good. All right, continue with that, okay? All right, good luck to you. Who's here? Richard Whitney.
Here you are. Yeah, we got an announcement on our keys.
Oh, what's your announcement?
No, Judge, this is not the motion to suppress.
Yes.
I asked the officer, he said that next Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday would work for him, if it's possible.
Whatever you want to set it, I'm good. I'll make it
Just
good.
because on Wednesday he had an event to go to for his child, so.
Okay, so here's the thing. I was only doing it on Friday because it was this week. So I try not to set anything on Fridays. So is he available for Wednesday next week?
Yes, that works too, Judge.
Does that work for you?
Fine, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Wellblocker, can we put this Wednesday of next week at 9 a.m.? All right, so Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. And counsel, if you can find a waiver of jury, since you said it was going to be dispositive. And we'll come back on the 9th. All right, Whitney.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, where's your client?
Couple things. Last week, we are supposed to have met Thursday at the MAC. Text that, confirmed it on Monday, it's in the link, never showed up. I left my card there in case he showed up.
So I mean, is he here today or no?
No, Your Honor, he hasn't appeared. We did get a hold of him finally. We called every number of his bondsman and he said he was having a family emergency. We tried to get more
All right,
information.
court is calling 2023 CR 1289 and 2023 CR 1290. State of Texas versus Richard Brian Whitney. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
For the defense?
Douglas Catmire not ready.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 11:54 a.m. Defense, where's your client?
I don't know, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Your Honor, state would ask for a bond forfeiture.
All right, that'll be granted. Your client will be remanded without bond. If your client makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Also, Your Honor, going over the problems I was having with my client with Mr. Hilly. I was telling him about the case. He said, you better check to see if I'm on the habitual wheel, and I am not, Your Honor. So I asked to be removed from the case as well, because I'm also having, we had a pretty bad incident with him Friday.
Okay, all right, we'll take that up when your client appears, but for now, he's remanded without bond.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank
Any
you.
excuse?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
We stepped out for a second. She should be back.
I'm going in order in which I have the files.
But we're not on the dock, but we have the file there.
All right. All right, Yvonne Pettis. Who's here on Yvonne Pettis?
Not Alan, I don't.
They're not ready. Rolando Garza. Good morning. Good morning. All right, where's Ms. Garza? Come on down. Does he only have one case?
No, he has two.
Just waiting on the phone. There's two cases for Mr. Garza. So I'm waiting on 2022 CR 4824. All right, everyone, we're going to take a 5-minute break while we find this file. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, just have a seat. Okay. All right, could I see the parties on Rolando Garza?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's a beautiful day.
It is.
If I can have just one moment, Ms. Mitchell, step in the hallway.
I'm sorry, who?
Ms. Mitchell. You can't remember that. Here. The list.
Okay, and counsel, for some reason, I don't have the trial court certification. I don't have it in cause number 2022 CR 4824. So could you do one very quickly for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
You said 4824.
Yes, please. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 4824 and 2022 CR 4829, State of Texas versus Rolando Garza. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
Defense?
Natalie Silver for the defense.
And are you Rolando Garza?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you entered pleas of guilty in cause number 2022 CR 4829 and a plea of guilty in cause number 2022 CR 4824 to count 3, which was an abandonment of a child count without intent to return. And in each cause number, you applied for deferred adjudication. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI state?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objections from defense.
All right, in each cause number according to the plea bargaining agreement in 2022 CR 4829, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 18 months in the state jail facility. The state is opposing your application. And in cause number 2022 CR 4824, it's a cap of 8 years in the prison. The state is opposing your application and the cases are to run concurrent. State, do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor, just argument.
Defense, any witnesses?
One witness and argument.
All right, if you'll call your witness.
I call Luis Jimenez.
All right, Luis Jimenez. All right, Mr. Jimenez, you need to come forward. Can you raise your right hand? Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Louis Jimenez Jr.
All right, defense?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jimenez.
afternoon.
How do you know Mr. Garza?
Through a marriage, I'm married his cousin Blanca Jimenez, Blanca
Okay.
Moreno.
Cousin by Cousins by marriage.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long have you known Mr. Garza?
Over 10 years.
Okay. And then, so over those 10 years, have you known that he's had some trouble with the law as well as with maybe substances, alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And throughout these 10 years, have you attempted to support him, guide him, help him in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And then how have those attempts been in the past?
They've been successful.
Okay. And then currently, are you still helping, supporting, guiding him?
Yes, ma'am.
In what ways are you helping, supporting? guiding?
Support, talking to him, you can't hear me now?
There you go.
Okay. Helping him, by talking to him, giving him support in every way he needs it.
And then during this time of incarceration, have you noticed a change in Mr. Garza?
Just 1 second. Everyone who is in the audience, you need to make sure your phones are off. If your phones go off while you're in this courtroom, it will be confiscated. You may continue.
So I believe my last question was if you've seen a change in Mr. Garza within the past over a year that he's been incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what kind of change have you seen in him?
I see he's very more humble. Compared to how I used to know him to now, I mean, it's a big change. It's a big change.
Okay, and how often do you speak to him?
Once a week, possible.
And in your opinion, has he accepted responsibility for what he has done?
Yes, ma'am, he sure has.
And then if he is placed on deferred adjudication probation, do you believe he will be successful?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll make sure of it.
You will help him?
Yes, ma'am, in every which way.
And do you believe the person that he was when he entered Bexar County, would that person have been successful?
No,
But you believe the person he is now will?
Yes,
be
ma'am.
successful?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, that is all my questions, Your Honor.
All right, state, any questions?
Yes. You said you provided help to him in the past. How so?
Offering support, talking to him, offering a home. If anything he would need, me and his cousin would be more than able to help him in anything.
Okay, and where?
All right, so here's the thing, everyone, could we all enunciate? Open our mouths, speak so the court reporter can hear. All right, because if the court reporter can't hear, it's not being taken down. And honestly, if I can't hear, then it's not being considered.
My voice deep enough?
No, it's not your voice. It's like you need to enunciate.
Yeah, you
All
can
right.
speak a little bit up. I just need to be able to see you.
All right.
That's fine.
Is it better?
There you go.
Okay. Prior to this incident, had he lived with you?
No, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that he's gonna, if he were to be granted probation, he would come live with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've known him, you said, for 10 years?
Yes, ma'am. I got that.
Okay. Well, it's. So let's see. In 2017, when he was sentenced to 15 months for theft of vehicle, where were you?
At home.
Did you speak with him when he was released from state jail?
No, ma'am.
So at what point did you speak to him and offer him guidance?
It was maybe about 8 months ago
Okay.
that I found out that he was in there.
Let's see, in 2020, were you aware that he went to state jail for attempted harassment of a public servant?
No, ma'am.
Do you know which family member it was that he assaulted in his misdemeanor family violence assault in 2016?
No, ma'am.
What about the one in 2005, that assault?
No, ma'am. I don't think I knew him then.
Do you know him to have a drug problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that he indicated to the PSI officer that he does meth and cocaine frequently?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that known to you prior to this incarceration?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions on it.
All right.
No questions for me.
All right, thank you for coming in.
Have a blessed day, man.
All right, thank you, you too. All right, the court will hear argument.
Your Honor, the state is asking, we are in opposition to any of his applications for deferred or probation in this matter. This is not a simple vehicle theft. This is not a simple abandoning child that we see very often, Your Honor. This individual, within moments on video, can be seen stealing a running vehicle with people standing right next to it and taking off. There, of course, was an infant in the back of the vehicle, and units were put out, multiple units were put out trying to find this infant. I believe the call came around 9 o'clock. Infant was not located until after midnight.
Do you have the other prop court certification? I'm sorry, state, you may continue.
And the infant was located in the stolen vehicle. The vehicle was parked, the windows were down, and the infant was alone in 40-degree weather in February. The defendant was then located. He denied at first, but then ultimately did admit to stealing the vehicle and then learning that there was an infant inside and then leaving the infant there.
All right, anything you want to say, Mr. Garza?
Honor, I made a very bad choice. I wish I could take it back. I can't.
Well, so
I've been-
here's my question for you. And if you want to speak, I'm going to swear you in. The state will have a chance to cross-examine you. I always read everything. I always read all of the stipulations. I understand that you took the car and I guess you decided, hey, let me at least give the baby some food. So you fed the baby and then you leave the baby. Who did you call to tell them, hey, this is where the car is located with the child in it? Did you call anybody?
I didn't have a phone at that time where I was going.
Well, did you knock on somebody's door? Or did you abandon this baby in a location where there were no other human beings around that you could have said, hey, I made a bad choice. I stole this vehicle. Here's the baby in the car. Did you do that? No, did you contact somebody and say, this is where you can locate the baby? All right. And when you found out that there's a child in the vehicle, that you then drives to a location, because you said you didn't have a phone, did you drive to a location and say, hey, let me bring this child back. I stole this vehicle. Let me return this child. Did you do that?
No, I did not do that.
All right. And then the complainant is saying that she had just cashed her income tax money and had $4,100 in the vehicle. So did you, after you make this bad decision on your part, did you stop and say, you know what? There's a baby in this vehicle. Obviously, this mother has just cashed a check and maybe she needs that to clothe and feed her baby. Did you say, you know what? I'm going to leave this $4,100 alone. I'm going to call somebody or either drop this car off at the gas station with the baby in it, with the money in it, maybe wait for the police and say, I just made some bad decisions. Did you do that?
No, I didn't. I didn't see the money. I didn't search the car.
Well, somebody took the money. She doesn't have it.
And I take full responsibility because once again, that was something I did. I didn't see the money. I didn't have money on me. One thing I can do, Your Honor, is take responsibility for what I did. And I never meant for any child ever, but it was a bad decision.
But you meant to take a car that didn't belong to you.
I said responsibility for that, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, anything?
Yes, I have argument.
Okay.
Okay. So my client does understand he has made a bad choice, bad decision. He has made many in the past. We argue that it is, a cycle that we ask the court for assistance in breaking. Your Honor, in this court asks on a daily basis what is needed, if anything further is needed for the defendant to be successful. And we ask that you allow him the opportunity to be successful out in the community. The victim is asking for restitution. He would like the opportunity to work honestly for that restitution. I have certificates that I would like to present to Your Honor from the maintenance kind of work unit in the Bexar County Jail, as well as letters from, the individuals who run the program. That you can walk around. Here's my question that I always have. Why does it take for people to be locked up in the jail or to go to prison to do right? Like, why must I have these certificates now? Why were there not certificates beforehand? And how old are you?
40 years old, Your Honor.
All right, you're 40 years old. So why wasn't there a certificate beforehand? Why were you not doing right beforehand? Why is it I'm at the Bexar County Jail, now I'm going to Bible study, now I'm doing education services, now I'm doing all of this and participating?
The only thing to say is, yes, there wasn't before, but I'm trying to work on myself now. I'm trying to work on myself now. I'm 40 years old.
And you have a lot of criminal history.
And I do, Your Honor, and I never tried to work on myself. I never did program before. I never tried to do any of that before.
Well, no, you were on probation at some point. Did you just
2000
blow that off?
2005, Your Honor. I was young at that time.
All right, so I'm going to help you break your cycle. And whether or not you completely break it is going to be completely up to you. Because on this planet, time passes whether we are working on ourselves or not. So you're going to have to work on yourself. You understand? And each cause number, I'm going to find you guilty And cause number 2022 CR 4824. I'm going to sentence you to 8 years in the prison. Give you credit for any time served. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 4829. And cause number 2022 CR 4829. I'm going to find you guilty, sentence you to 18 months in the state jail facility, give you credit for any time served. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 4824. There's to be restitution of $4,100 to Ray Bella Robinson. And each cause number, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them and did you sign them? And each of the cause numbers, because these are plea bargain agreements, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Also, because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? We can go off the record. Here's what you need to understand. That was an infant in a car being taken away from its mother, not knowing who is this strange person in the car with me. And then you feeding the child, whatever you're feeding the child, you don't know if the child has any allergies or not, you're feeding the child. And then an adult male, an adult human being leaves a child, abandons them to fend for themselves. You don't know if a pedophile could have just been happily walking along and see this child and thinking, oh, wow, lucky me. Anything could have happened to that child. That child could have froze to death. Do you understand?
Not anybody, I most definitely understand, Your Honor.
All right. So what you need to do is when you go to the prison, you need to get your life in order, because if you do not, when you get out, there's going to be another offense. Nothing I can do about that. My hands are tied. The state made you an offer of cap of 8 opposed. I don't think 20 years would have been anything unreasonable for you to have, because you abandoned a child who cannot take care of him or herself. I don't know if you had the child strapped down in a car seat, but what I do know is that child was abandoned to fend for themselves, and anything could have happened. Anything nefarious could have happened with just some stranger walking around. And then you have a mother who's wondering where her child is.
So who left the kid in the car by himself? You're accusing me of
Oh,
everything.
so now it's the mother's fault for leaving a child. Do I think a
In a
mother
running
should?
car.
Here's the thing. Yeah, a running car so that somebody who didn't own a vehicle could come up and steal it and take their child.
Thank
Good
for
luck
the
to
8
you.
years.
You're welcome. Who's here on Aria Frosto?
Thank you, Your Honor. Present ready.
Court is calling 2023 CR 0168A, State of Texas versus Aria Frosto. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Andrew K. Hicks.
Are you Ms. Frosto?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you received all the discovery. Did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Frosto, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Judge.
Ms. Frosto, I'm showing you what's entitled Court's Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of burglary of a habitation? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Ms. Frosto, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They're taking several cases into consideration. There's to be restitution to Adam Chavez, Chavis, Linda Pena, Tristan Muros, Muros, Leah Ware, WAR, Linda Michelle Pena, Alfred Rodriguez, Jasmine Beaver, Jose Fernandez, Nellie, Nellie Hernandez. And you are to agree that you committed the offense as a party with Stephen Potter Neely and Robert Alvarez. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, there haven't.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 6 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 150 hours community service restitution. Did you understand that was a recommendation from the state and the court does not have to follow that recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, Your Honor.
State, any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objections.
All right, you may be excused. Show you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will find you guilty of proceeding with sentencing.
Your Honor, we have applied for deferred adjudication.
Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is her first offense, albeit there were very many on that day. She has led a very, very rough life. Her parents were abusive. She has had a rough go of it. Doesn't excuse what she's done. She also has learned, sadly, the hard way of choosing better companions to spend her time with. I can say on her behalf, however, I've been in touch with her grandfather. She has a very good support system with him. I've been in constant touch with him, and he agrees that she needs to take some responsibility for this, but on the same note too, he doesn't want this to ruin her life. Wants the opportunity for her to be able to go forward and hopefully put this behind her. She has a child, 2-year-old son, who's currently with the father, and she wants to be able to see her son again. He wants to be able to get a job, repay these victims, and move forward.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 18, Your Honor.
How far did you go in school?
I'm up to a junior and I'm completing school in the jail.
All right, is Child Protective Services involved?
No, ma'am.
Any drug use?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Not currently, but marijuana,
And what else?
cocaine.
And what else?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. There's a $500 fine that will be probated. The person who has your 2-year-old, the father, how old is he?
21, Your Honor.
And who does he live with?
He lives with himself. He has his own house.
Okay. Take in consideration 2023 CR 3325, 3324, County Court Cause number 696143, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 695, 488, 696, 151, restitution, if any, to the following, and no contact with Adam Chavez, Chavis, Linda Pena, Pena, Tristan Muros, Muros, Leah Ware, Wear, Linda Michelle Pena, Alfred Rodriguez, Jasmine, Jazmine, Beaver, Beaver, Jose Fernandez, Nellie, Nellie Hernandez. You'd agree that you committed this as a party with Stephen Potter Neely and Robert Alvarez, and there's to be no contact with Stephen Potter Neely and Robert Alvarez. There's going to be a TAP evaluation while in custody. Follow the recommendations of the TAP. 6 years deferred adjudication. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors, and that includes your child. $150 hours of community service restitution. I'm going to want intensive parenting classes. Once she completes parenting classes, then the 150 hours of community service hours will be satisfied. She's going to get her GED, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular UAs, field visits one time per month until further notice, CPS compliance if applicable. Probation, is there anything else she needs? Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Ms. Frosto, at some point in your life, the way somebody raised you, what somebody did to you is no longer an excuse to behave the way you do.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you continue on the path that you continue on, if you continue hanging around with people who mean you no good, who are up to no good, what's going to end up happening is you're going to find yourself missing a majority of your 2-year-old's life. And then your 2-year-old may or may not be in somebody's court saying, my mom was no good, and my mom treated me bad, and my mom put her friends before me. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're going to have to do better. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused?
Yes. Hello. Yes. No line cutting. Are you just approaching to say, hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, we don't do line cuts. So if you have a case, just have them pull the file, and I call people up in order of appearance. All right, thanks. Yvonne Pettis. All right, what is happening with Pettis? The state was to have images that were due and an offer was due.
The images are ready. I'm gonna bring a disc over to get that copy. But I believe the one last thing they're waiting on is a final autopsy report.
The
which-
ME's office indicated to me that they've closed their investigation and the autopsy report should be released soon.
What does that mean soon?
I was gonna follow up this week to make sure that it confirmed that it's been closed, and hopefully they didn't give me an estimate as to soon. But generally it's within a couple weeks of the investigation.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall Yvonne Pettis back in 3 weeks, please? May when? All right, we're going to come back on May 25th. At that time, the state is going to make you an offer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Ruben Gonzalez?
President, Your Honor.
All right, what is happening with this case?
They recommended pretrial diversion, so we're gonna do an application, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PTD date on Ruben Gonzalez. PTD date on Ruben Gonzalez. All right, just get a reset form, then you're excused.
Thank you.
Carlos Madrigal. Carlos Madrigal.
Yes, sir, okay.
All right. That's okay. All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, we have a plea offer. We're asking the court to extend I guess the plea deadline on this particular case for a couple of reasons. One, I spoke to an immigration lawyer today on behalf of Mr. Madrigal. He had been speaking to, I guess his family actually had been speaking to somebody out of Houston. So I was able to speak to somebody locally today, Judge. So there was some immigration issues that need to be clarified. The other issue, Judge, is that this particular case is a stalking case. My understanding is that the Kahneman case that's before.
Oh, we're not going to wait for that case.
Well, supposedly it's supposed to be returned with the ruling down in June. So we'll need a couple months on.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Madrigal, I need a 3-week reset for a plea deadline date. All right, May 25th, Ms. Ferguson will give you your reset form.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Brandon Wright.
Oh, there you go.
He's present with us on Zoom, Judge.
Yes, we're here with the laptop extraction.
We are.
Yes, what's happening with that?
Your Honor, at this point, there was some confusion because the laptop was turned in under the wrong SAPD number because there's two, I know. And so at this point, Your Honor, I just asked for it to be set for trial. I don't want to keep waiting for it. I don't have an answer for the court as to a timeline as to when it'll be done. It is the defendant's laptop. So it's not
All right,
something
Ms.
we have
Ferguson, I need a jury trial date. How long is this trial going to take?
4 days.
4 or 5 days.
All right.
I would
Oh,
like
Mr. Buck, I've seen you in trial. So if he says 4 or 5 days, it's probably going to be 2.
2 weeks.
Yeah. All right.
I would ask the court, since this was the deadline on the laptop date, I'd ask that the court rule today that if they decide at a later date to get something from the laptop, that it be excluded from use in trial. I mean, we've had.
All right. So here's the thing, Mr. Bond. I don't believe in building bridges
I don't
until we need to cross over. So trust me, just file whatever motion that needs to be filed. If for some reason that were brought up, and the court will hear it with open ears.
I do trust you.
Ms. Ferguson, I need a plea deadline date and a jury trial date, please. All right, July 18th is your jury trial date. And you'll need to be in person, Mr. Wright. All right, who's here on John Dominguez?
I am.
Where's John Dominguez?
He's with us over here. In between putting this up there and now we may have a resolution. No? Okay, if we don't, we don't, but
All right. Do we have all of the CPS?
yes, I do have the
records?
CPS reference.
All right, State, did you tender an offer?
Your Honor, I did tender an offer. Defense counsel did give me a counter offer. I would like to talk to the family and before I respond to you.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Dominguez, can we recall this in 2 weeks, please?
We can do May 15th.
All right.
Let me, just if I may, real quick, just let me look at my calendar.
Sure.
Monday, May 15th?
Yeah.
That's perfect. I'll be here.
All right, we'll see you back on the 15th.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
May the 15th. She's.
Who's here on Clayton Russell?
President ready.
Court is calling 2023 CR 1202, State of Texas versus Clayton Russell. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense?
For Mr. Russell.
Are you Mr. Russell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Russell, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We waive the reading of the indictment.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Russell, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams? That's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe that he is.
Mr. Russell, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. There's to be restitution to SAPD for laboratory testing. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
None.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 200 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State Office State's Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
Your Honor, we reviewed State Exhibit 1 with our client. We have no objections.
Mr. Russell, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witness statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, I believe it'd be in his best interest to start today, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, I believe he's a good candidate to complete probation. He knew that he shouldn't have done what he did.
All right, Mr. Russell, do you have any children?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are their ages?
3 and 17,
Where do they live?
with their mother.
When you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And know that you are getting a drug test today, so you need to be honest with the court.
Controlled substance.
What?
The one I
Control
was
sub-
caught with.
I'm sorry,
The one
what?
I was caught with.
Meth?
Yes, sir. Your
How
Honor.
often are you using?
Not very.
Well, I mean, you are obviously using often if you come to court today and you're going to be positive for
Well,
meth.
at least 3 days ago.
How often are you using
Twice a
them?
week,
I'm sorry,
about twice a week.
are you employed?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you do?
I do make ready and for Airbnb.
Make ready for an Airbnb?
Yes.
What is
I go
make
and-
ready?
I go and clean up after all the guests.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 4 years deferred adjudication. There's a $500 fine that will be probated. 200 hours of community service restitution. I'm going to require parenting classes with triple P. Once that's completed, the community service hours will be satisfied. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Regular UAs. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month. Are you living with anyone?
No, ma'am.
Proof, oh, I've already said that. All right, probation. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation. And do a referral to felony drug court. Do you have any violent offenses?
No.
All right, so I'm going to want a referral to felony drug court. Probation, is there anything else that he needs?
No, Your Honor.
And we're going to follow TAP recommendations if he's not accepted in the felony drug court. We're going to start with intensive outpatient treatment. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're off the record. Good luck to you. You're going to have to do better. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 10024, State of Texas versus Jesse Joe Santoya. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Please, go ahead, Your Honor.
Defense?
No other officer of the bench, Your Honor.
All right, and are you Mr. Santoya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. In probation, there's no application. Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We would, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, the state is proceeding on count 1 and count 3, waiving count 2 and 4, and waiving the individual paragraph.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry, you said you're proceeding on counts.
1 and 3,
Okay.
waiving count 2 and 4. And the enhanced.
She said she can't hear you.
Okay. No problem. So we're waiving count 1, I'm sorry, waiving count 2 and waiving count 4, waiving the enhancement paragraph, proceeding on count 1 and count 3.
Okay. Okay, since you all are proceeding on count 3, and count 3 is a third degree?
It should be. Yes, it's with intent, so it would be a
Se-
second degree.
second degree.
Yes, Your Honor. So it'd be
Okay,
a count, it'd be a first degree on the first one.
so if you all could write on here, so we can make sure he understands, and just there, if you'll put count 1 and there, put the other count. All right. So, Mr. Santoya, did you review the document entitled Courts Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on count 1 was its possession with intent to deliver controlled substance 4 to 200 grams? That's a first degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're also proceeding on count 3, which is possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance penalty group 1, 1 gram to 4 grams. That is a second degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court doesn't have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes,
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses state will call and the right to remain silent?
yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into pleas in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, in each of these counts?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Santoya, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a
yes,
U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of, I'm sorry, it has been a long day. The court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 9 years in the prison and counts 1 and count 3. Counts 1 and count 3 will run concurrently. There are no applications and the state is taking consideration NIMAC number 706-238, 239, 240, 241, and 242. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
state?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it
Yes, ma'am.
in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There are not, Your Honor.
Then to count 1 and the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
Count 2, 3, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State exhibit number 1 with all of its attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there would be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty in both counts, and the court will find you guilty in both counts. Proceeding with sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court will sentence you to 9 years prison in each of the cause numbers. Each of the counts, sorry. Each of the counts will run concurrently, and each count the court will give you credit for any time served. What is your relationship to Angelita Esprit?
I used to be her boyfriend.
All right, not anymore. There's to be no contact with Angelita Esprit. And what is your relationship to Elijah Jacob Ruiz?
I don't know who that is, Your Honor.
All right, that's good. There's to be no contact with Elijah Jacob Ruiz. All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you. We can go off the record. So the name above your eyebrow, who is that?
It did say Delilah, but it says Delicious now.
Oh, so it used to be another girlfriend?
Yeah, I had to cover it up.
Okay, because
For Angelita.
okay. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank
Okay.
you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Absolutely.
Court is calling 2022 CR 9352 State of Texas versus Zaragoza Tobar. Could our parties approach, please? And announce for the record for the state defense.
Deborah Stanberg for the defendant, and I'm wondering if the court has the letter that the defendant wrote to the court.
Yes.
I didn't know if you had a chance to read it.
Yes. I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Judge Boyd.
Hello.
How are you today, ma'am?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's a beautiful Friday. Well, it's not Friday, it's Monday.
Monday.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
you know, the reason why I say it's a beautiful Friday, because when you're off on Friday, Friday becomes a Monday and a Monday. All right. According to you entered a plea to kidnapping of no contest on March 20th, 2023. According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. The state opposes your application. They're taking several cases into consideration. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. Have parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections, state?
No objection.
Defense?
No, you're.
State, any witnesses?
I can have one more. Your Honor.
Defense, any witnesses?
Other than the defendant, no.
All right, would you like to, are there witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to call her?
I thought it was for victim impact statement after sentencing.
We will be calling her as a witness.
I can't hear you, Mr. Burr.
Yes, we will be calling her as a witness. Your Honor.
All right, call your witness.
Mr. Kovar.
Your Honor, and I would object to her testifying to anything that we would consider to be a victim impact statement that should be presented to the court after the judge sentences.
Okay, all right, call your witness.
Your Honor, we call Jennifer Tovar.
All right, Ms. Tovar, if you come forward. Yeah, come up. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. I'm gonna need you to speak up so the court reporter can hear. State your name for the record.
Jennifer Tovar.
State.
Ms. Tovar, you are the victim in this case against Mr. Zaragoza. correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that he has applied for deferred adjudication with probation.
I am.
And are you in, what are your feelings if the defendant were to be granted probation.
Objection, Your Honor.
And what's your objection?
He's telling you what effect your decision will have on her. And we don't want her
All right,
influencing.
that'll be sustained.
Do you? Do you want the defendant to be released on probation?
Objection, Your Honor, it's the same thing.
Sustained.
I'll ask the court to disregard, of course.
Oh, yes, it's disregarded.
Then- Just 1 second, all right. Ms. Tovar, on December 21st of 2021, can you tell the court what happened?
So I visited Ray to pick up Christmas money because me and the kids were living in Atascosa County due to CPS case that we had for domestic violence.
Your Honor, I object because it's repetitive. Everything about that offense is in the police report, which was presented to the court as part of our plea package.
All right, so just so all parties are aware, I've read the stipulations in its entirety. I always reread those before sentencing, and I read them once I make a decision on whether there's sufficient evidence to find somebody guilty. And I've also thoroughly read the TAP evaluation. So you can ask your next question.
Yes. Ms. Tovar, have you had any contact with the defendant since these allegations?
Yeah, so he calls the house and speaks to myself and the kids. I guess when he can, because he doesn't have
No,
any.
there's objection, non-responsive. She answered his question.
All right, that'll be overruled.
You can continue.
Oh, so he has to use, I guess, a pre-collect call that he has because he doesn't have any money on the account to call us.
Okay,
So, and I don't fund it anymore. I just did for a little while around Christmas time, but no, it's only when he gets a collect call, he can call.
And Ms. Tovar, you currently have a protective order against the defendant?
I do.
And do you feel that is sufficient to keep you safe?
No.
And why is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
what is your objection?
She's commenting on what your decision will ultimately do to affect her and her children.
All right, that'll be overruled. You can answer the question.
No, I don't think so. It didn't in the first place. It didn't. Ray was still coming around and still calling.
And while these cases were pending, you did have a no contact order against the
Right.
defendant, correct?
Right. But I was told that to let him talk to the kids. So even though we have a no contact order, that's why, I was taking calls so that he could talk to the kids. I didn't want anybody to say that I wasn't allowing it. Yeah, because they're not part of the protective order. It's just me.
Thank you. Nothing further on.
All right, defense.
No question.
All right, thank you. State, do you have another witness?
No other witnesses. Your Honor.
Defense.
Just the defendant himself.
All right, if you come forward. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Zaragoza Ray, the Water Junior.
All right, defense.
Thank you. Mr. Tovar, did you want to address the court with regard to why are you requesting her to give you probation?
Yes, I feel that given probation, I could complete probation. As you know, I haven't been in trouble before, Your Honor. This is the longest I've been in jail. I feel that I've made a mistake. And if you read the current note I wrote to you, Your Honor, it describes more of my feelings. I want to apologize to the court and I want to apologize to my wife. Who we've been together 11 years, 10 years. Been with the family 15 years. All I know is my family, Your Honor. And I'm asking for your leniency and your mercy, Your Honor, for probation classes, so I can better myself.
Thank you.
All right, state any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Mr. Tovar,
Yes, sir.
in this case, you're charged with a violation of a bond protective order, as well as a repeat violation of a bond protective order, in addition to the kidnapping, correct?
I am.
It was.
I was.
And given that there was a no contact order protecting Miss Tovar from you, you violated those no contact orders.
That is wrong. She came to my home and moved in with me because she had no place to live. I wasn't gonna leave my wife and my kids out on the street. So I did not violate it. She came to me and that's how I violated it.
But you were made aware that any contact with Miss Tovar would be a violation of those bond conditions, is that correct?
I was aware, but I was not gonna leave my kids and my wife out in the street, sir.
In this kidnapping case, you did tie up Miss Tovar with duct tape, is that correct?
No, that is incorrect.
And you said you've never been in trouble before, but you did have a case out of Atascosa County, Texas, for a violation of bond or protective order in that county as well, is that correct?
That was for phone calls for talking to my children, which I had the right to do. And if you check the records, it says for electronic communication, I was allowed to talk to my kids.
And you did abscond during that case on February 9th of 2023, is that correct?
Is that?
You just didn't do anything and you failed to report.
I was in jail.
Okay.
It's not that I failed to report, it's just I couldn't go.
Okay.
I was in custody. I'm sorry, I said during that incident, I was in custody, so I couldn't go over there.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any further questions?
No,
All right, any other witnesses?
no, Your Honor.
All right, the court will hear argument. State, you're opposed.
Yes, Your Honor, we're opposed to the defendant being granted probation. While you heard from the victim that she does not feel protected just by the no contact order, and that the fact that he was charged with a repeat violation of court order bond condition twice, which are being taken into consideration in this offense, Your Honor, shows that the defendant, whatever the allegations were, completely disregarded the court's order, and telling him that he's not supposed to have any contact with the complainant.
But what about his saying that she came to live with him?
Your Honor, regardless of what the allegations are, if he knew that he had these charges pending.
No, I understand that, but isn't that mitigating the fact that she chose to go and live with him? Now, I understand financially there are issues, but a no contact order, of course, it's a document, it's on paper, and the defendant knows they're not to have contact with them. But what about his saying that he had a choice? Either his children were going to be on the street with her, or either she was going to come to live with him. But it doesn't appear in that situation, if it's truthful, he didn't go and have her come live with him. She decided to go live with him.
That is correct, Your Honor, and while it may be mitigating there, knowing that he did have that no contact order, there are other options for Mr. Tovar to be able to take care of his children without having contact with the complainant. He could have taken the children while Ms. Tovar went to go find another living arrangement.
Do you know she wanted him to take the children and leave without her children?
That I'm unaware of, Your Honor.
Okay.
But given that and given the allegations in this case, Your Honor, we don't feel that we do feel that the defendant is a danger to Ms. Tovar if he were to be granted probation. And so we'd ask that you deny the defendant's application.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you know from reading the pre-sentence report, my client doesn't have an extensive criminal history. These offenses, although serious, have really made him take a step back to reassess his life and how he lives his life and how he treats his family. And I think he's expressed rather eloquently in the letter that he tendered to the court. He's going to do whatever it takes to fix himself. He's even read the PSI where the recommendations on the cap eval that if granted probation, he should be placed in a program to help make sure he's no longer drinking excessive amounts of alcohol. And he wants to fix himself in that way. And he's been taking some classes in the jail since he's been in jail. It's been a couple of months now to help him control his demeanor, his anger, everything. He's trying to fix himself.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to deny your application, find you guilty, sentence you to 9 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration 2022 CR 7416, 2023 CR 1300, County Court Cause number 698311. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's a $1,500 fine, time and money to run concurrent, and there's to be no contact with Jennifer Tovar. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Also, because this is a felony conviction, and also because there's an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or we can go off the record. You don't have to make better decisions in your life.
Yes, Your Honor. This was just a mistake, Your Honor. I wish.
Well, no, it was a choice, and it was a bad choice.
Yes, ma'am.
And here's the thing, I understand about protective orders.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that sometimes the person who the protective order is supposed to protect, they decide that they're gonna go live with the person that there's a protective order against. And then there's an issue that happens, and then everybody calls the police, and here we are.
Yes.
So
ma'am.
when you have a protective order, you are the person who are responsible. And if somebody wants to come live with you and there's a protective order in place, you need to say no. Do you understand?
I do now, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, you knew beforehand, you just decided, maybe we can work this out. Here's the thing, she doesn't want you anymore. That relationship is over. You can consider her on paper, unless y'all got a divorce, she's still your wife. But in reality, she's not your wife anymore. She does not want to be with you. Do you understand? Do not call her from the jail. Do not call her from the prison. Do not contact her. And if you want to see your children, and Ms. Burke does a lot of civil work, if you want to see your children, then that needs to be done through a third party, but it's not to be done through Ms. Tovar. It's like you don't even know her. Do you understand?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Christopher Reyes.
We have victim impact.
All right, that'll be at the end. Christopher Reyes.
Yes. Sorry, I was resting.
All right, today's plea deadline date.
It is, however, there has been a change in the attitude of the complaining witness. We'd like to get 2 weeks so the state can talk to the complaining witness regarding this change of opinion on what should be the outcome, and have the plea deadline date extended 2 weeks if we could.
State.
Judge, that's correct. Our advocate spoke to the victim last week, and the victim has expressed a change in what he thinks or what he would like to see happen in the case as far as the outcome, as far as the punishment. Defense counsel was aware of this before today. He had reached out and he has also spoken to the victim. I have not had a chance to speak to the victim and follow up with him on that. That is something that he expressed to our advocate. And
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this for next week, please.
Could we do the same May the 15th that I'm coming back on the plea deadline for the other gentleman with that?
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you set Mr. Reyes for May 15th?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that's your final plea deadline date. The court will not extend it any further.
Yes, Judge, we appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May we be excused?
Yes, after he gets his reset.
Yes,
form.
ma'am. Thank you.
Kevin Young. All right, so the court has the discovery. Is there more discovery that's outstanding?
Yes, Your Honor. The state has provided access to additional discovery, and I have not gone to look at it just due to my schedule. And my client also wants to go together for both of us to see it.
All right, so state you made an offer?
I don't know if I made it off, Your Honor.
All right.
I could check on that. Sorry, I just.
No problem.
If they did, it was not memorable to either side.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, we are recalling this in 3 weeks. And there needs to be an offer that's tendered, and that's the last date you're gonna have to have reviewed discovery. All right, May 15th.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else?
Nothing to say.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Kenan Brown. What is the update on this federal issue?
Judge, last I heard is that this individual, well, on JD synopsis on our system, he was supposed to be sentenced in late January.
Okay.
And I then subsequently sent off an email. Have not heard back. I sent another email. My understanding is that they may have, I don't know if the sentencing has happened because my understanding is that it's pretty backed up.
All
But
right, so let's just recall this on the 15th as well.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
And I
thank you.
did send another email out.
Okay. Utombasi inquiry. All right. What is happening with that?
Please, Judge.
I just have this. Sure. All right, what's happening with this case? Today is the plea deadline date?
We have a plea, Judge.
Oh, okay.
We got sworn.
Oh. Well, let me see where the file is. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, I have an original one, but.
Judge,
Oh,
we have
yes.
the wrong punishment range check, but we're aware of what the correct punishment range is.
I thought the third degree judge, it should be the second degree.
Yes. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 5911, State of Texas versus Utombasi inquiry. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state
Lindsay Shaw for the state.
defense?
Will Brooks for Mr. Akiri, Judge.
And are you Mr. Akiri?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, and yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, we do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Judge, the state will proceed only on count one. Paragraph A and B will abandon the remaining counts.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
In probation, there's no application on this. Did you understand you're charged with burglary of a habitation force? That's a second degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Very much, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Judge, to that point, he does have some mental health issues, but they are not impacting his ability to understand the process. And I believe he is competent.
And do you believe he's was sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Ikuri, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am, they haven't.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Absolutely.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. There's to be no contact with Andez, A-N-D-A-Z, Arshad, A-R-S-H-A-D. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, it is. Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Counsel, are there meeting such motions?
Pretrial motions, but no rulings, Judge.
Right. Then to count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State of the State's Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objections to states one and attachments. Judge.
Mr. Query, showing you was entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review this document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the day the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will sentence you to 4 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's to be no contact with Andez Arshad. Going to show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to do better.
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, you're gonna be in and out of prison.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't be that person who's the oldest person at the prison that people ask advice from.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, who's here on Kevin Neuenfeld?
That's good.
Where's your client?
Box.
Come forward. All right, so what is the, we're here for a plea package. I guess there was supposed to be some kind of all-encompassing offer. Has that been done?
There has been an offer, Judge. We came really close, but today we're not ready to present a plea for the court's consideration. I represent him on 2 cases of the 4 that he has pending. And so some of it I've got discovery, the other 2 new ones I don't have discovery. And so I'm asking the court for a regular reset, however the court does it.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need this case brought back in 3 weeks, please. And who is the attorney on the other cases?
I don't know, Judge.
All right, and Ms. Ferguson, you need to make sure that whoever the attorney is on the other cases, they need to be present.
Yes, sir. I can do it.
All right, we're coming back on May 29th. That's going to be a plea that is due. All right, make sure Andrew Priest is here. Guillermo Camacho. Court is calling 2022 CR 6642, and this is the last case we're taking up. 2022 CR 6642, State of Texas versus Guillermo Camacho. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Lindsay Shaw for the state.
Defense?
Cecil Bain for Mr. Camacho.
Are you Mr. Camacho? Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Camacho, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? You need to speak up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't believe he's applying for deferred adjudication. The state is recommending regular community supervision.
I think that I circled community supervision on the app, Judge.
All right, there's an actual application that says only community supervision. All
I
right,
apologize. I did
Nope.
not see that.
no problem. Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Camacho, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe so.
Mr. Camacho, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
Okay.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. There's $1,000 fine. State recommends community supervision. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
None, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 4 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, and community service hours restitution. Did you understand those are requests from the state and the court does not have to follow those requests?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any
The
evidence?
state offer states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
We reviewed site exhibit 1 with our client, Your Honor. We have no objection.
Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will find you guilty or proceeding with sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's in his best interest. He has been incarcerated. Would like to get back. He's in need of some medical treatment.
What medical treatment?
Your Honor, with all due respect, I suffer from esophagus varices. What that means is I have a balloon on my liver, and if it's not medical treated, I can.
Then why are you doing drugs? So you come to me and you say you have medical treatment
I have.
but you're using meth. How does that help you with your medical treatment when you're
It
using
doesn't.
drugs? All right, do you have any children?
I have one son,
What is his age?
21.
Who are you living with?
Right now I'm staying with my mom.
Does your mom want you living with her?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 36 years old.
And are you gang affiliated?
No, ma'am.
Have you been gang affiliated?
No, ma'am.
What's up with all this tattoo business?
It's something that I like. Me and my brother, we always, since we were little kids, we were born here in San Antonio, but we were raised in Cali. So it's just part of our nature.
Raised where?
In California.
Mhm.
It's always been in our know, having,
All right, court is going to sentence you to 4 years in prison, suspended and probated for 4 years. There's $1,000 fine that's to be probated. I want a gang evaluation done on him. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation that can be done out of custody since he has these medical issues. If you miss any of these appointments, you will be taken into custody. Do you understand? We'll do a referral to felony drug court. Proof of employment or SSI within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider with minors. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular UAs, field visits, one time per month. Probation, if he's gang affiliated, then we'll turn it over to the gang supervision and they can see him as often as they feel they need to see him. I'm going to want 90 meetings in 90 days. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Oh. No, Your Honor. I'm sorry, 200 hours of community service restitution. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? I'm sorry?
thank you. That's all I have to say.
Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes,
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to do better. And when you go stay at your mom's house, you are not an adult. So that means you need to follow her rules. You need to keep her house clean. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
That means that you do not bring anyone over to her house without her permission because you are not an adult. You're living with your mom. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Court is calling 2023 CR 0473, State of Texas versus Juan Orozco. And our parties announced for the record for the state. Defense.
Pardon me, Your Honor, Paul J. Smith for the defense.
And are you Mr. Orozco?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case?
We have, Your Honor.
All right, and probation, there's no application. Court will find that the state is in compliance with discoveries, showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Orozco, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments. You need to go around. Thank you. Showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance coming to group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court doesn't have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe he does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Roscoe, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment must be assessed as 14 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
It is, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the waiver of repeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am, I'll show you.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There are none, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offer states Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We are, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Simply ask that the court follow the plea bargain.
All right, the court will follow your plea bargain agreement, find you guilty, sentence you to 14 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244, give you credit for any time served. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I
And
understand.
because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. If you have a drug or alcohol problem, there are free places here in San Antonio and all around the country to help you.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you don't accept the help, the last time you use may be the last time you use. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going on recess. And the court is on recess. So I'll see everybody back here at 2:30.